Top of the morning to you. Or is it evening? It's hard to tell up here in the Athenium. Anyway, technically speaking, I can leave anytime I were choosing, but it is as if some strange force prevents me from stepping forth into the light. But enough of that. You're here to learn what became of your humble companions while you're off saving the realm. Since Ishgard's quite abrupt change in leadership, the Vault has become somewhat more receptive to the contemporary ideas of Lady Master Rufin. They've even asked her compatriot in disguise to hold another symposium, this time in the city proper, not some forsaken hamlet. Nothing against the fine citizenry of Falcon's Nest, mind you. In fact, the good Rufin has foreseen your arrival in the stars. Let's see. This morning's reading. In the center of the Dawn's Cross, we have the spear. To its left, the inverted arrow. To its right, the inverted balance. Beneath, we have the inverted spire, inverted bowl. And at its crown is the ewer. Okay, the peace has settled on our great land. It'll be along the coming destruction. The friends in homes. Predictions. And it was you who attuned to all 6 heavens. Ah! In other words, he who brought peace to Ishgard, that would be you, will walk the road south to the Observatory where, I don't know, you'll read some books and discover some spell for delivering excruciating pain to your enemies and their families. It sounded more convincing when she explained it to me this morning over that bottle of wine. Those are 2 bottles. Anyway, go along. Good morning, camper, Mike Romano, Fife, and Von Falkenstein. I do hope this day is finding you as well as it can. Forgot to do something. There we go. And good morning, Blade Traval. Hello, Valvedrix. Good afternoon? Question mark? Hello, Hazardous. Jazz music. That's right, hazardous materials is forever associated with jazz music in my mind. It's been too long. What's up? Hi. There's a reading, there's hope for that well-dressed dullard yet, though I've learned the key to success is not entrusting it with more than one task at a time. And make sure that task does not require thinking or acting. Anyways, it's our next step in spreading the knowledge of astrology. Master Rufin, an injured traveler. An ill omen. Dun dun dun! Please, I can walk no further. It's Ryuji, or whatever, from Bleach. Astrologers, I have no need of prophecy or prognostication. Or I could stay my tongue and allow you to tend to my wounds. If you persist. You have a quick recovery, my friend. In time, you'll come to believe the power of the stars will. So really quick, thank you, Mike Romano. Ask me again in a minute, and I'll answer you in a minute. I was prepared. Thought you made the journey south to lend your talents in preparation for the forthcoming symposium. Master Rufin, or Lady Viviva? Whatever. My thanks, and apologies. I have a tendency to allow your unbridled emotions to get the best of you. It was amazing. You know what I was going to say before I said it! The bore of my matters. I am Hyoku of Ingashi, and a brave storm and sea to learn the wonders of this magnificent realm. You already knew that, didn't you? No, I did not. Now, I need to get back to matters which are important. Important matters such as astrological matters. Could you show me? I wouldn't be a burden, I swear. I'll just stand in the corner in the shadows behind a curtain. Well, I do appreciate the somewhat forced enthusiasm. Oh, I was merely hoping we might be able to share insight into each other's fields. You wouldn't happen to be a geomancer, would you? Geomancer? Yeah, so-called masters of wind and water. My grandfather's a tome written on it in the far eastern art of elemental and directional divination, though much of it seemed little more than folklore. Did you not mention reading Friends New and Old? If lore were the friend old, and this particular man might be the friend new? The spear pointed west, the balance pointed east, the arrow in all directions, and none. That just might... Alright, it seems your arrival has been foretold. Perhaps there's much I can learn from you. Nay, we can learn from each other! Yes, geomancy! Yeah, we're going to discuss that at a different juncture. For the time, I'm placing in the care of the Lich here. Oh my god, he's terrifying! An excellent proposal, or as I believe the king could say, Kyaku. I dabbled a bit when I was younger. Anyways, I'm at hazard there's no finer place than we've been unlocking the secret of the stars than under the bowl near Roots Lake. Okay. Sure. The Lich agrees. By the way, you didn't say what you want to put that towards, Mike Duano. Next to be meek. I hope you have opened your first gate. What is it? What are we, monks? Okay, so to answer your question, I have to pull up my own website. The last game that was funded was Soma. Now, when that game was funded is a little bit trickier, and I don't have an exact date for you. It was funded in the month of January. I'll tell you that right now. And that's about all I got for you. So sometime in January, you guys funded a run of Soma. And that's the last thing that got funded. Tor Knight actually did get funded. Tor Jedi Knight is funded. Liquid. You got it. Wow, Shadowlands. As I say, I think several games are getting up there. Even with the new system. Yep. We've got several purples up top, too, which is kind of interesting. And several purples down below, too. But anyways. Oop. There you are. I was beginning to wonder if you hadn't been eaten by hoverflies. But I just. Tells me you're quite the authority in all things the bowl. So, enlighten me, Honorable Sensei. I am, as you said, Westerners say, all eyes. Or ears, whatever. I mean, that's your guys' thing, not me. I can't make things purple. All I can do is make things funded. I mean, technically I could make things purple, but there's no reason to. Orisians believe it's from the tree planted by your gods? That's really dumb. Especially since there are no gods. It's true. He has learned well. So this is your bowl. In the Far East, we know it as something different, but we know it all the same. I must admit, seeing under a different sky fills my heart with a sense of wonderment and confusion, knowing what it represents to your people. What I can't wrap my head around is that you believe a notion so foolish as the power of the earth, a word that by your own definition means soil, would not come from the land itself, but rather from 6 tiny lights flickering in the night sky. Well, you see, we students of geomancy believe that such power lies beneath our feet, ever flowing through creation, as blood does through veins. Yet, despite the differences in our thinking, the similarities are encouraging. All trees are born of earth, their protection universal. Most thought-provoking opinion. I'm sure she would be delighted to hear, though I might suggest you withhold your part about being unable to wrap your hand around foolish notions, unless you enjoy having a steel-toed boot wedged firmly betwixt your bollocks. I saw that, as it is. And yeah. Listen, the weather... Okay, it would actually make a huge amount of sense if there was an Alagon weather device that's just still working somewhere that we just haven't found yet. Like, wouldn't that make just a weird amount of sense? One thing I do like that 14 does, and we see this a lot in the Astrologian series. I don't know how to explain this. It makes it clear that pretty much all the various professions and jobs in magical schools aren't actually different schools in the strictest sense of the word. We're all doing the same thing. We're manipulating ether. It's just we're doing so in a different pattern, using a different formula, if you will, to come to relatively the same act, if that makes any kind of sense. I know I'm explaining that badly, and I apologize, but I'm sure some of you know what I'm talking about with that. Because everything's just made of ether, and everything that we do is about manipulating that ether. And so, you know, the astrologian does, okay, we use this and this and this and this formula, boom, and then there's a heal. Whereas like an arcanist will say, okay, put this pattern in ink on the book and do the formula, boom, and then the heal, right? Unlike some settings where, you know, there's a completely different school of magic that requires a completely different concept and thought process, blah, 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 blah. Here it's all just different ways to accomplish similar ends. It's a neat way to do it. It also kind of the reason I say it's neat from a world building perspective is it means lots of different opinions, perspectives, and takes are all relatively equally valuable. Because if you go out and you swish a thing on the ground and do this and fire comes out, then that still accomplishes the fire. Even if you don't know why or how, it's still doing it. You just happen to be completing the formula in a different way. But anyways, my thanks for taking the Hingen off my hands. And not because I was an annoying braggart with the manners of a kobold foundling, which it's true, but because I needed time to finish my work. So what'd I miss? I see. Well, okay. He sounds cool. If I can find the truth in his backward beliefs. Nice woman. It also makes sense that, like, an astrologian couldn't effortlessly just cast like a white mage does, because of the same reason that if you've been coding in C++ for all your life, and suddenly someone says, oh, hey, go make this in COBOL, you're going to be like, right? Now, you could learn COBOL, and then you could start programming in COBOL, but that's going to take time and effort and work, and blah, 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 blah. Effectively learning a new language. You didn't receive my summons. Okay. I speak to you of Kyoko's training. Despite appearances, attitudes, and manners, and courting habits, a traveler from the east is probably quite motivated. He successfully opened the 4 gates of heaven. Woohoo! I'm also going to add some geomancy ideas into my next presentation, which is why I've called you here. He's attuning to the spear, and I think it's appropriate you be there for that. And I am too occupied. I thought you could join him in my stead. Alright, let's go. By you go. It's odd. I could swear he was there a moment ago. 38, have you seen Kyoko? 38, are you even listening to me? Our Hingen novitiate, excuse me. He hurried out to the Athenaeum's side entrance not a few heartbeats past. Quite animated, more than usual. Veritable one-man mummer tragedy of all jumping and flailing and bumping of fists. So what could have been settled him so? Might have been the letter I handed him. It was delivered this morning. He skimmed over quickly, asked me a cursory question about the heaven of the ice, and then I was gone. You didn't try to stop him? Why would I? He was leaving. My intuition is correct, and it usually is. Something in that missive led him to believe he does not have much time left and is setting out to the Steel Vigil in a hurry. So let's go. Oh, God. Yeah, C++ to Java to Python is actually a pretty good answer. It's a better analogy. I might use that instead of COBOL. I was just using languages I was familiar with. Because I only know like 3. The interesting thing, too, is if you think about it, someone who is truly gifted and versed would be someone who, I guess, to get into the programming language, can just program in binary. Just straight up binary. And bypass all of that. And hypothetically, that kind of person could do whatever. Hey, Valerian. How's the internet traffic going? Or lack thereof. Exactly, Omega Legion. Which is a terrifying thought, but if you think about it, hypothetically possible. Also, Shadowbringers. Well, it's the second time you've saved me from my folly. Well, technically speaking, it's the first. I'm really standing around last time. Okay, I'm going to stop there. You know, it makes little sense to leave without saying anything, despite the fact that you and all were yalms away from where I stood, but some stories are already told, and who are we to struggle against the ebb and flow that carries us to our fates? Okay, that's a poor excuse. I have been summoned back to my home, and I was too ashamed to face those who had shown me so much support. So I thought to come here, open the final gate, and then take the next trading galley to Ul'dah before any of you realized I was gone. As you can see, that didn't work out. There, let me tell you about the spear. Let's wait until nightfall, apparently. And yes, fingers crossed, Valerian. It's maybe the last I see of your heavens. It's the same sky. It's not going to be that much different. You're not that far away. With the opening of the sixth, I've prepared my mind and soul for the seventh. Final gate. True dominion over the elements, or so she insists. Wait, dominion over the elements? We need to talk to Gridania, stat. Alright, I meant to write this down. Sorry. Our conversation's been eye-opening, to say the least. She theorizes our two schools may actually be one and the same. Whereas astrologians look up, geomancers look down, and listen to its songs and draw answers from its whisperers. While I am certain our masters back in Hingashi would cringe upon hearing I'm a Westerner of not 20 summers, believe she has a grasp of 1,000 generations of teaching, I'm more willing to indulge her eccentricities, now that I know she means no ill will. I wish I had more time. Ah, well. With that, I bid you adieu. Sweet-lipped Hurriet. And that tall chap on the second floor, mumbling something about stars' magnitude. Alright, yeah. Yeah, no kidding, Omega Legion. But, you know, whatever. We're all cool here. I mean, what else are they going to program a Terminator in? Or with? Now listen, I said sit down, Mr. Red. Federation's taking over. I've said it before and I've said it again. Shatner's a better comedic actor than he is a dramatic actor. And I have evidence. Is he fawning over Fluria again? No, actually, she right there was the one he fawned over. So, Kyoko's not a child. He knew coming to a course would entail. He knew it'd have to go. While I've never agreed, I've come to respect his style. Blah, 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 blah. And he's out. Between you and me, I've never been that skilled at astrology. 2 winters here and I can't even open a single heaven. Can't even spell half the ridiculous terms we're supposed to memorize. But since the arrival of that mysterious Easterner, I found a renewed interest in his body. I mean, my studies. Got it. So he actually does understand how sweet her lips taste. Good to know. Pains me to tell the other novelists. Kyoko's returned his native land from the other side of the world. May even need to personally comfort those stricken with grief. But, truth be told, I'm going to miss having him around. He did liven up the place a bit. Well, and that's the end of that quest, and there's no more quests whatsoever. Are you kidding me with this? You idiot. Okay, so Jeanne there thinks that Lady Leviva is smitten with our lovely Easterner. And that is the only reason she's been busy muttering things like geomancy terms this whole time. I mean, obviously, right? It's the red hair. Everyone loves the red hair. I mean, she has purple hair, so she's halfway there. Oh, what do I... no, yeah. Poor addle-pated Leveva. Oh, goody. Today I have the privilege of being lectured by both of you. Leveva and Lore, imagine finding you two out this fair day. Enough with the theatrics. I know your play, and as I've told you time again, I've not simply forgotten my duty to the Athenaeum or my obligations to the Symposium. I just need time to think alone. To which I mind replying, why think alone when you have one of the greatest minds in the realm at your disposal? And Lore! Greatest minds, huh? And riddle me this. Why are the results of my reading from that day, both Lore and Kyoko arrived, still weighing on my mind? Why does it feel as if I'm missing or misinterpreting an important detail? Peace comes, friends made, dangerous path trodden, knowledge gained, did that already occur? Kyoko and Lore both arrived just the Dragon Song War ended. Lore saved Kyoko from death. Actually, she did. And knowledge of geomancy is shared with the Athenaeum. Yes, but what if the coming destruction told by the Inverted Spider was not the Citadel, but something else, something more grave? I mean, the prophecy's fruit of knowledge and hope was not his story of arts, but something different. Something we can only see by continuing on a perilous path. But if it's a path that's disastrous, is it the path that's disastrous, or our decision not to pursue it? A big promotion is just around the corner. That's actually an option there. Alright. Only through avoidance of unforeseen peril will hope and knowledge be acquired. And I believe the disaster has something to do with his return home, not the return itself. It could also mean our friend is in danger. I see where we're going with this, and while I love our red-robed ruckus rouser as much as anyone, except Fleury perhaps, a journey at this time would mean the cancellation of our symposium, and with that, any chance of the Holy See taking us seriously. Now you can see why I've been up here day and night biting my nails to the quick. Apologies, a lack of sleep can do ill to one's humors, but I think your intervention here may have provided me a solution. Lore, you go! Well, friends old and friends new. I found nothing about silver-haired astrologers from Charlayan, but how do we propose Lore find our charge? The Far East is a big place. Yes, and address... No, you dullard! We have something better. We have the stars! They will guide us to this person. Or, Lore could start his search in Kugane. Or, Lore could... Oh, wait, that's actually a decent proposal. Or, you have your quest. Now I'm going to bed. Okay. Thank you, Blue Felix. Oh, good morning. And that's, Black Eagle. Right. Sorry, that took me a second. There we go. Done. Alright, to Kugane. That's the entire friggin' planet. There's 1,400 gil. But no, I agree with Valvadrix. I think that geomancy isn't going to happen. And it's probably because it's so tied into not only astrologian, but frankly, white mage. I mean, Conjurer is practically a geomancer already. I'm also not sure how they would implement what I consider to be the core element of geomancy into FF14. Yeah, it's weird to think about, to be completely honest, Blue Alex. Like, someone else got their 4-year anniversary just a couple days ago, and I'm just like, Jesus. I mean, it's whatever. I've been doing this for 11 years now, but yeah, I've actually been streaming successfully for 4 years, or 4+ years, I guess. Okay, that's not helpful. Yeah, let me survey the stars. Is that deft? I mean, I'll take it. I was just talking about this the other day. 2 days ago, I want to say at this point. I'd rather work this and have the people I do than have, 1,000 or 10,000 viewers and make much more money. Hey, it's the Prima Vista. It's getting right in the way of my readings. I see someone has taken my spot. I may have to slit his throat and toss his body to the tide. I'm pulling your arm. Was it your ear? Westerners have such odd sayings. What brings you here? I'm looking for you. Fraught disaster, misfortune, pending doom. Yeah, the situation may not as be encouraging as my jovial demeanor suggests. It all began several decades ago. Thank you, Melkor Blade. As always, and as ever. If you know what you want that to go towards, Melkor, do please let me know. Rayman Legends. Done. I mean, if I had 10,000 viewers, I read pretty fast. I'm pretty sure what I would do, and because I've actually thought about this, is I would peruse chat and pick out like a line or two to respond to, because I can't just ignore chat, right? And just kind of accept the fact and then just grit my teeth about the fact that I can't respond to the other 99% of chat that's flying by at Mach 2. Anyways, clearing out this place for the dock angered the entity who guarded the wood for countless generations, a golden fox named Kinko. A great battle ensued. Claw and Fang were no match for cold steel. Kinko slain, port completed. The fox's spirit remained, spoiling milk, withering crops, causing storms, and dashing ship after ship on her rocks. In desperation, the Bakufu turned to the land's most powerful geomancer, my great-grandfather. Kazan used the power of the sea and the skies and the land to soothe the spirit long enough that he could erect an invisible barrier that not only protected the city, but ensured it would prosper. At once, the fortunes of Kagane's citizenry turned. My great-grandfather was hailed as a hero. Geomancy is the savior of our nation. Within a matter of moons, the streets were lined with the stalls and tents of would-be seers, people practically throwing coin at them for advice and blessings. These pretenders, these charlatans, were not interested in the sacred rites passed down from great-great-grandfather to great-grandfather. They were not interested in maintaining the barrier. No, they were more interested in lining their pockets. And now, with the bonds that hold the barrier about to break, there's none left with the knowledge to mend them. The knowledge that died with the passing of my grandfather. So, I set out to convince the geomancers of Kagane that only united will we discover the means to save our fair city. That only united will we stave off our darkness and bring prosperity to all. That only united will my legacy live on. But alas, branded as a deceiver by the very men and women who had grown fat on deceit, unable to mend bonds myself, nor rouse my peers to action, I stood on this bridge and thought on an answer. And then I saw it in the setting sun. My answer lay in the west. So I headed to Eorzea, in search of anything to help me save Kugane. I believed that something was astrology, but before I could be certain I was summoned home. This you already know. Since then I have come here every night hoping the stars might provide me another revelation, but they remain silent. Laura, the heavens speak through you. Tell me, what do they say? Solve your own problems. It's brilliant. I don't know why I didn't think of it. There's one thing that I learned while at Ishgard. It's that Western astrology is in many ways a complement to geomancy. After all, you only need to use your aspected benefic and command any injury. Is that not so? No, really, I'm genuinely asking. Anyways, tell me you can help prepare the barrier. Yeah, I gotcha. As I say, I know these four auspices. We're actually on pretty good terms. No time to lose. The barrier is anchored by the energies of wind, water, and earth. No fire. To 4 shrines. Wind, water, and earth to 4 shrines. I just reread that 3 times to make sure I read that correctly. Located in the north, east, south, and west. It's there the bonds must be repaired. We shall begin with the Westerly Shrine. I know, it's technically heat, not fire, but whatever. Oof. This is one of the shrines. It may not look like much, but if it were destroyed, the entire city would be overrun with large, testicled raccoon dogs and flaying rumbo cats, or possibly just angry spirits. I should be up here. I'm gonna do that. Which of these spells is aspected benefit? Oh god. Okay, well let's just try this and see what this does. Nothing! Okay, cool. Got it. Apparently that one. Oh, there it is. Duh. Okay, well, he's casting Geomancy magic, which is, as we've already discussed, just magic. You know, the more I think about it, the more I think the programming language analogy works really well for the way this magic works in this setting. Which means, technically, in lore, we have the capability of being a master of, like, what, 8 programming languages? Because we've got White Mage, Astrologian, Scholar, Sage, Summoner, Black Mage, Red Mage, and Monk, at the very least. That's 8. Unless you want to get down to all the other classes, which also use Ether. We know that Dark Knight, for example, uses Ether. We know Warrior has its own variant on Ether. And Paladin probably uses Ether, too. And Dancer, yeah. Holy crap. Took time for that. Uh-oh. Enemies everywhere. I mean, it's a good running gag, Mr. Red. It even follows the rule of 3s if you're paying attention. I know, I'm boring, but I like a well-constructed humor. A well-constructed humor? Whatever, you know what I mean. I'm trying to look something up here on the side. I forgot to do something. There it is. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Good morning, Maverick. Hope this day is finding you as well as it can. Yeah, okay. I get it. Sorry, USN Corp gave me a write-up on their opinion on problems with Astrologian, and I find myself in agreement thereof. In summary, we have too many buttons and too little control over the RNG inherent into the class. We already had a bit of RNG built into Astrologian, but they actually got rid of several abilities, like redraw. Or not redraw, but no, they got rid of redraw, didn't they? Yeah, they did. That removed control, so it's just kind of a hard... They got rid of some of our options, and at 90, they give us more buttons. And this is already a very, very bloated class. I was actually thinking about that when it came to judging Samurai, which I've finally done, by the way. As much as I love Samurai, the real biggest problem with Samurai is Samurai has a lot of button bloat. The only way I could even make Samurai playable for me was to use a fairly extensive series of macros in order to bake in a lot of the OGCDs into the GCDs. Because there's just too much. There's too many buttons. So that dinged Samurai down a little bit. Oh, okay. Oh, they absolutely do, von Falkenstein. Button bloat has been a real problem in FF14 for years at this point. During Shadow and Endwalker, there's been some ability pruning, but it's still not quite enough in several cases. Like, Astrologian is just kind of silly in how many buttons it needs to do its job properly. Ironically, and this is something we were talking about yesterday, just straight up removing the card system entirely would actually remove quite a bit of that button bloat. Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4 abilities just gone if you do that. We did it! Though if it was I would use gravity instead of malefic. Why would you use an AoE on a single target, sir? I was told there are spirits in the streets. And you arrived just as they're vanquished. How fortunate. Yes, the bonds are mended, the Western magics are made whole. With a little shoulder grease. Knuckle grease? Western magics. Then this Ijin Lord is none other. Wait till you see the reinforced bonds. The energies twist together like sun and moon, darkness and light. They are as one, master. I was right to summon you home. Pardon my intrusion. I am Murakumo, second pupil of the great Kazan, instructor to young Kyukoho. With Kugane safe, I can return to Ishgard and complete my training. Huzzah! Absolutely not. While you have mended the bonds for now, their ephemerality remains. Unless you expect your friend here to remain in Kugane for the remainder of his life, we need a more permanent solution. In other words, the bonds must be laid anew. But you know as well as I, the secret to laying those bonds died with my grandfather. Not a day knows mine that I would suffer the burden of my ineptitude. Had I shown promise in the art as your grandfather did, maybe Kazan would have trusted me with the knowledge as well. But he did not, and they're both gone. We can lament that which we cannot change, or we can put aside our past failures and seek a path which leads us forwards. Ah, my master's right. Maybe there's something in tomes? Some other way to win on the geometry store cause? There's always hope, right? If anything, you give it us time. We will... The city will be... I am grateful. The city would be well if they knew you had saved them from an army of angry wraiths looking to devour their souls and defecate their bones. You're welcome. In his haste to find a difficult answer, he looks past the simple one right before his eyes. It may take him time to realize it, but you are the hope we seek. In time, you will come to see it as well. Okay. I mean, I've saved your town, like, 5 times at this point. Yeah, I was about to say, you know, we could just hire an astrologian full-time here. I'm sure Jenna Quad would enjoy the Eastern flavor that could be found here. Obviously a stupid name. So I guess this is farewell. Unless you're staying? I'll stay for a little bit. Don't tell me. Knowing that you'll be here with Master is enough. I was beginning to worry what I would do the next time the city was invaded. The Master can barely make his way out of the privy every morning. Now that you mention it, this reminds me of a reading she conducted the morning I arrived. Something about friendly paths lined with dangerous fruit bushes winding the way to hope. Could the stars have predicted this? You know... Good news and bad news. Bad news, 37th reading of my great-grandfather's tomes failed to reveal anything about the bonds that the previous 36 readings had. Go figure. Good news is we did discover where Grandmaster Kazan conducted his training. So... let's go. That would be very funny, Omega Legion. Alright, time to go out to Bonk. What the? Bonk. Tap, tap, tap. Boss? That's okay, just use the link pearl to call her out. Static. Boss? The air is heavy with mist, and these shacks probably let in more rain than they keep out. Something like a tome wouldn't survive a single moon here, let alone decades. Still, maybe the village elders might know something. This building is called Swallow's Compass. I've done that dungeon. Yeah, quick, hire a mage to break it. Right. Are any of you conscripts? I'm a conscript. Are you a mage? No. Shut up. Okay. Okay. Do a run to the embassy, figure out if anybody's been secretly studying magecraft. Isn't that forbidden? Yes. So you want me to go around and ask the soldiers of the Garlean Empire if they've been practicing forbidden magic? Yes! Shut up! Go! Okay. Sure, this may surprise you. Nobody admitted to practicing forbidden magic. Damn it! Okay. Got an idea. Everyone get out your guns. Alright, ready, and fire! That's an interesting question. I wonder, like, could sufficient just regular old kinetic force break through it? Swallow's Compass. Built. It is the dungeon we just did. It's the dungeon entrance up there. Built during the rule of the first Doman King. Took liberty to explore the grounds. It's a geometric field. Of course! I must open it. It's the only way. Tyler, oh my god! Yeah, I was gonna say, after a while, I feel like kinetic force would break down the magical force. Maybe. Unless it's more elastic than that. Like, imagine if you have to apply kinetic force at once, because otherwise it just, you know, goes back to normal. So it'd be like... So you need to snap it, right? It's got me thinking now. That's true, Omega Legion. That's a fair point. Although that, again, was enough force applied in one moment, not over time. So, in other words, what I'm trying to say is it might be an AC check as opposed to an HP barrier, to use D&D terms. Lord knows Xenos would be able to do both. Fortune is with us. Woo. Okay, we found some stuff about the geometric things. The scrolls had faded. A decanter or 6 of hot sake, and he'll warm to the task. I'll save you a cup. No, thank you. God, hot alcohol. Like, I don't like alcohol in general, and I don't want to disparage someone else's thoughts, but... Or opinions, excuse me. But hot alcohol? Is anybody here like heated alcohol? If so, what's the appeal? Make an old man. It is. Why would you make an old man go all the way up here? Think about all these flights of stairs. That is a lot of sake. In case you can't tell, that's that is that much sake. The Westerners joins us. Might I suggest you do the same? Oh, sorry. You might want to sit down for this, or not. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters! The scrolls, they contain knowledge of the complete ritual. It was the first one. Just our luck, right? Wind, water, and earth. Creation of the bond calls for the energies of the three. Though this much even a first-year novice could tell you. No, it gave me pause as the mention of a fourth energy, an energy to render the seal permanent. Cool. Life! Don't you see? They spilled blood to complete the ritual. They damned a soul to eternity without peace so the magics would not fade. Now I understand why Grandmaster Kazan left no notes on the rites. He did not wish this knowledge to fall into the wrong hands. And because he never performed it himself, the bonds anchoring the barrier never completed. That's why they require constant attention. No blood was spilled to make them everlasting. My great-grandfather would not sacrifice even a single life to achieve his ends, and neither will I! I mean, yeah, that's kind of awful. Nice terror music there. You know, that's a good point. We've got the Garlean embassy right over there, dude. Like, you're making too big of a deal out of this. But those are civilians! Okay, okay, cool. I'll be right back. Go out to the battlefield, grab one Garlean. Got someone. Who's this person? Some soldier. Please, sir, I'm a conscript. Oh, for God's sakes. Okay, fine. We'll spare your life if you tell us... Yeah, there's the astrologian outfit. If you tell us where your boss is. They're probably a Garlean, right? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Yep, there's naught we can do but watch as she gathers her minions for a final assault on the land she once ruled. Kugane does not stand a chance. Oh, that's a much better idea. Yeah, use Gyuto. Freaking Namazu. I think the stars are here. It's been almost 4 bells since he left on his daily inspection. Most likely stopped to warm his belly on the way, but I can't help but wondering if something's worse. I must go make sure he's okay. Okay. That's an interesting concept. A daily inspection to make sure magical wards are upkept, which... I know this is all mundane sounding, but you know me, I love mundane usages of magic. Imagine, like, a spaceship or a space station or something in the sea or whatever that essentially requires daily magical maintenance. Just like mechanical maintenance in order to make sure that the walls stay clear and all that. Who's this nonsense? The Pretender's back. Yeah, goes to check. Okay, lantern's okay. Magical barrier's okay. Lantern's okay. Can it be? You're not supposed to try anything foolish, do you? Look at once. A maid could walk the streets naked and unattended, carrying a gold-filled sack and not have so much a finger laid upon her. You're an idiot. This is Kugane. There's a lot of criminal element here. We should know. We've seen most of it. Yeah, Major Beggar's not okay. Or are you spreading more lies about angry spirits to sow fear so you might offer your protection in exchange for a ransom? I've done no such thing. I've merely bid my fellow geometrics aid the city in its time of need. Not once have I asked compensation for what I seek. If anything, it's you who prey on citizens' ignorance. So the talentless hack who waves his great-grandfather's name around like he does his member, your lies are growing stale. Continue sprouting them, and not only do you sully the craft, but the legacy of Grandmaster Kazan. What would he say to this nonsense? Are you even listening to me? Why does nobody listen to me? All I desire is to mend the magics and save Kugane. I don't want coin. I don't want fame. Why is that so hard for you to grasp? We're wasting time here. Yeah, I'm with you, dude. Hang on, I'm just going to leave this here. Alright, I'm going to leave now. Quickly, quickly. There we go. Yeah, I know, right? They literally believe in the kami. There's no angry spirits here. You practice geomancy. God, people are stupid. Master Murakuma, are you hurt? The bond was nearly undone. I tried to, but... Kinko, she's here. She's already through. We need to perform the blood ritual. It's the only way. No. already told you. My great-grandfather spurned the spilling of innocent blood, and so have I. Does it have to be innocent? I'm just saying. Oh, I shall be the sacrifice. No, listen. The Leons are right there. I can't let you die, Master. Listen to what you're saying. You cannot let me die. I want to do this. It is my decision and mine to make alone. Let not this selfishness in your heart distract you from what needs to be done. You're wrong, Master. There must be another way. There's always another way. There's always hope. All right, Lord, tell me, how do we save Kugane? You're dumb. God, this is so obvious from word go. Stop focusing on the bonds. Look for the fox? What do you mean? What he means? Oh, hey, Leveva. I'll tell you exactly what he means. How did you... Where did you... Why did you... Your powers of observation never cease to amaze me. Yes, it's me in the flesh, fresh off a galley, put into port this very morning. The symposium was a rousing success. The Vault quick to realize the benefits of my school's wisdom that could be used when rebuilding Ishgard. It was even decided that several new courses in Charlayan astrology were to be taught at the Scholasticate next term. So, with my father's dream fulfilled, I was free to pursue whatever I wished, and I wanted to learn more of geomancy. So here I am, and not a moment too soon, it seems. In the few bells I spent exploring your city for learning its whereabouts, I learned much about our pretender and his nigh advocacy, so I began testing the bonds of this barrier myself. It did not take long to realize Kyoku was speaking verily, and the detractors the true pretenders. Yeah, that's the thing. When magic is a tangible, practiced, studied thing, how do people get away with being like, oh no, there's no magical barrier, you're just making up stuff? Like, what? I do too, honestly, Omega Legion. And not just because screw Charlayan. But how? Lord and I have already tried using energies drawn from the heavens and only worked to delay the inevitable. The Guardian Spirit's strength has grown so great, the only thing that might hold her now is a new barrier anchored with bonds of lifeblood, but I cannot allow this. As always, your hasty charge into a difficult answer blinds you from the simple solution. You are right to aspect the power of aspected benefit, but you fail to grasp its true potential to bring succor. For so long you focused on mending your great-grandfather's bonds, you should have focused on Kinko herself. If her wrath is quelled, a barrier is not needed. You're saying if we use the power of the stars to soothe her heart, we may convince her to stay her attack. Giving you time to relay the blow of the bonds, but it will only work if Kinko is weak and the manifestations of her scars sealed. Alright. Wait, won't attacking Kinko and her spiritual minions anger her even more? Before something can be healed, it must be hurt. That's interesting. And if you still require a sacrifice, shut up! The stars foretold our victory. The victory of Raban! The Kugane Castle. Oh yeah, I need to do that, don't I? Can I even do this in New Game Plus mode? Nope. Cool. You ever get the feeling that New Game Plus mode is held together with baling wire and string? Maybe a little bit of twine in there. I'm not even speaking facetiously. It really feels like New Game Plus mode is trying so hard to enforce a very specific state on the game, just so it's possible. There's this one rubber band just holding it together. Not really Compalooza, although there are parts of the game that are not in New Game Plus, and therefore cannot be done. Who will save us? Oh no, it's the Great Fox. Although that's not normally what I associate with a fox, but okay! It would be interesting, Omega Legion. Alright, we just walked up the steps for a final showdown, and now we have to walk all the way back down. Right, not shot. Kinko will draw attention away from her by sowing chaos in the streets. You will supply her energies in the fox floor. Kill all her ads. We'll kill the ads. Well, here's an interesting question, Von Falkenstein. Can you tell me the identity of that gray fox down there? Because if you can't, I think we have our answer. And of course, it's just like a spirit to hold a grudge for about a century, too. You know, just maybe let it go. Just a thought. I mean, I've heard of holding a grudge, but this is a little silly. Hi. Blood of those who keep me from my rightful domain. Fox still thinks I'm my great-grandfather. That's a stupid fox, too. That's true. I can't argue that. I'm gonna buff myself on here. For too long have I suffered the likes of man. I mean... all I'm saying, Omega Legion, is maybe a lot of beings in this setting could use a chill pill, you know? It's kind of... Nah, I wouldn't go for that line, XIV, personally. So overwhelming are her wrath and her anguish that they have taken physical form. No, I do not like that line. Now, in a comedic sense, sure. Whoop. That was fast. Listen, nobody likes Ultima, okay? Yeah, I saw the thing that you shared in chat, Omega Legion. I'm not sure what I think of that. Heal your unrest. Literally. I mean, if the goal is comedy, sure, XIV, but that's not really what they were doing with Telltale, so... Like, that's the kind of thing I could see in a parody, not in something straight. Ah, that sucks. No, the Batman I know would just say nothing, especially the Kevin Conroy one. Like, he would just let his actions speak for themselves. I bought backup, and then he's just ready for it, you know. May the wrath that once held rule be carried to the seas, where it is forgotten for eternity. Ooh, we did it! We saved Kagane. Ooh. The sushi is secured. Mission accomplished. And the people, I guess. Lavos. How to begin. Thank you, both of you. Normally I'd say this is uncharacteristic display of humility is more than enough thanks, but I require one thing in return for my assistance. A promise that this is not the end. Of course it's not the end. This is just the beginning for geomancy and astrology, and we'll never add geomancers to the game. So this is Kagane, huh? Hey, I told you you'd like it here. Janek. How do you pronounce that? Janek Bunar? What the seventh in heaven are you doing here? I explicitly stated in my letter you were not to follow me. Ah, I'm disappointed. You of all people should know had you wanted me to stay put, you should have demanded that I come. Ah, yes, whatever was I thinking. Aha. May I say I'm honored to have before me the foremost authorities on astrology. Your display taught me there's still much I need to learn about my own school. Something I would not have been able to do had I allowed myself to be sacrificed. I wanted to apologize. There, I said it. I still despise you in that smirk of yours, but I can see I was mistaken about you being a pretender. You have talent. You'll make a worthy rival. I'll take that as a compliment. Lady Leveva, under other circumstances I'll be on a bark heading back to Erosia this very evening, but you must stay here, and we must do things, and we need to train and study, and everything needs to be awesome. We'll have an army of Kyokos. Is that a problem? And it ends on a wah-wah. It is a problem, yes. I mean, that's pretty much what Bane did, Zacked Out, so. We did it. Woo. What do we think? How was the Astrologian arc? And we've done White Mage. We've done Scholar. So now it's time for Monk. That wasn't bad. I feel like it kind of floundered for tone several times. Like, it was trying to be comedic like Warrior was, but wasn't committing to it, you know what I mean? I don't think it's negative worthy, but I'm not feeling a positive for it. So if I had to pick one character from Stormblood to be a main part of the group going forward, who would you pick? And why is it Serena? Well, I'd pick this random person over here. Oh, that's terrible armor. What about this armor? That's slightly better armor. There we go. That random person right there. Perfect. I don't know which one it is. Listen, when they add Geomancy, you'll rue the day, Omega Legion. Hi, Eric. Lord, dim though you are, I swear you possess an innate ability to sense when you're needed. I have a task for you. Your fellow brute, some matter or other weighs on his mind. Knowing him, it can only pertain to Alamigo, but the stubborn oaf is determined to keep it pent up. Loath to trouble me with it or some such nonsense. So you can confide in you. For this hopeless idiot's sake, I bid you go and be... You know, Eric, even when you're trying to be nice, you, fail a little bit. Check something on the document, speaking of which. I don't know who I'd pick. Humble Magnus. I'll open the question up to the floor. What do y'all think? You have to pick one character from Stormblood to be carried forward as a main party member. Whom do you pick? If you say Magni, you're banned. No, I'm joking. Kind of. Why would I pick Lise? She finally left the party. Yeah, that'll be all for today. You've done well. I'm pleased with your progress. I always say that, but we're nowhere near where we want to be. Besides, any progress we make, we owe to you. Damn right. Without your guidance, we'd be going nowhere fast. Lore, I'm glad to see you. Things are well, but... Go ahead. I want to speak to Lore. Okay. These two grow stronger every day. Shadows darken their way no more. Their purpose is clear. Yeah, see, the problem is I was immediately mentally discounting Yuguri because she was introduced back in ARR. Same with Arnivald. So I guess it depends on how we're defining a character from Stormblood. You see, I have received an offer. The Resistance. They asked that I rejoin them and lead one of their units. I'm gonna have to ban Omega Legion. There we go. Once I would have jumped at the chance, but no more. No longer do I live for revenge. You and the Professor showed me it is not the way. So I will turn down the offer. I will not focus on fighting but rebuilding, but what is within my power? Beyond the battlefield, how may I serve my homeland? Forgive me, I should not trouble you with this. It's hard to find. But first, I will give the Resistance my answers. Thanks for listening. Yeah, sure. He still agonizes over it. Hardly the state of mind to be in for such an important meeting. Is there anything we can do? Not us two. His pride will not allow it. But you! I dare say he will do so again. We're terribly sorry to both. Could you follow him? Watch over him? I have to pick one? Okay, Fern. Fine. For you, of course. Yay. So yeah, if we limit ourselves to characters introduced in Stormblood, it's actually a relatively small list. I mean, we've got Hancock, who can be alongside Tataru. We've got pretty much all the Zayala. You know, Serena. And I can't think of her name, but, you know, Fiendish Woman. Who I would probably pick over Serena, if I'm being honest. We've got Fordola. Yeah. Maxima, who... Yeah, Sadu, thank you, that's her name. And yeah, we've got Maxima, who is coming up in the patch content next week. Witness me! He literally just said that. I must decline. My days of vengeance are over. I see. I will not press you further. I would be lying were I not disappointed. Your mastery of the fist would be very helpful. I am sorry. Do not be. Fighting is not the only way to serve one's nation. Each of us must find our own path to walk. The place I would be. I take my leave of you. Okay. Just plain you know better than most. Why do you keep telling... Everyone's like, he won't talk to us, but he'll talk to you. Like 3 times in a row, someone's been like, he won't talk to us, but he'll talk to you. Go talk to him. Okay. Like, you don't have to tear him around by the nose. Ah, shoot, he's inside, isn't he? Damn it. Gosetsu, well, again, wasn't introduced in Stormblood. If we're just opening it up to any character in Stormblood, then... Well, that's a much different question. Because that opens it up a lot. But yeah, I wouldn't take Gosetsu either, as weird as that sounds. The man really does deserve to just kind of settle a little. You know. The Mark of the Destroyer. My people bore it here when the Empire came. The risk was great, but faith greater. Alas, that faith has all but faded, wiped from the motherland. The Garleans suffer not the divine. They allow us not even the solace of worship. It's because your gods don't exist! Ahem. Let us return to Revenant's Toll. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards Sadu the more I think about it. You don't want to know, Django. I mean, we're well over the halfway point. if that makes you feel any better. We'll hit the next expansion next week. Thank you all for coming. I have found my calling, and I would share it with you. I will go to Girabania and revive the Fist of Ralgr. Well, then we're coming with you. We gotta pay our debt. Now, suffice to say, I too shall come. The land of Girabania harbor countless mysteries, and such knowledge as I possess will doubtless serve in your endeavor. And you, brother, can I count on you as well? Yeah. I am glad. Your presence gives me heart. It's okay. Someday I'll finish Elden Ring. And I've got cheats if I need them. On that inspiring note, I shall make ready. Don't forget what we discussed. Alright. Well, that's cool. I mean, it's not like Warhammer, though, on Falkenstein. Or, Forgotten Realms, for that matter. The people don't create divinity. They manipulate ether in a way that functionally creates a simulacra based on the thing that they were designing. They don't actually make a god. Have I ever played Skies of Arcadia? To my dismay, no. An infinite level cheat? Well, if you give me a minute, I'll see what cheats I have. What we have available for Elden Ring are, and I don't actually know what all this stuff means, we can change our runes, our health, our stats, our item gain, no idea what that means. We can change our equipment, our weapon, separate from that, an accessory, and ashes? Whatever that means. I've actually yet to cheat a FromSoft game myself, unless you count co-oping it, which I don't. I mean, granted, I didn't get the credit for beating Bloodborne by myself, but I didn't cheat on it. As a child, I came to this place. We faced fearsome fiends that we might open our chakra. Yeah, I get it. You feed off the ether of others. You're frickin' a vampire. I get it. Damn it, Timonash. Why are you such a vampire? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Timonash. As always. And I will put that towards Wasteland 3. We must find a new path, which doesn't involve beating stuff up. Okay. That actually makes a lot of sense to me. Although, as you already discussed, I'm not really joking, monks really are ether vampires. That's actually a thing. But, whatever. We'll stop beating things up to feed on their ether. It'll be interesting to get to Elden Ring. I'm going to open up the doors on backseating as well, as I usually do for games like that. And by usually, I mean, I've only done it once. But that's the idea. We're all attacked. We all died. The temple was destroyed. I never saw my friend again. Yes, I know. The attack of the Garlean Empire was mean. Can we move on from this? Go on then. Join the Bloody Resistance. Add to the pile of corpses. That's the only difference you'll make. You're wrong. I'm going to make a real difference. I'm going to train hard and honor Ralgr, and he'll grant me power. He doesn't exist! That power couldn't save our temple or our home. What makes you think it's going to save us now? Don't be a fool. No matter how strong you become, you'll be one man against the might of the Empire. They might be beaten now, but they won't stay beaten forever. Mark my words. You mark my words. My maid's made up. I'm not letting the bastard Imperials take them again. You just take care of yourself, you hear? Hate to put it. Soul crushed to submission, fired, extinguished. To rekindle hope within such people, that must be the purpose of the new fist. We must give them hope by punching hope into them. We have our new creed. To those who have had their homes stolen, their loved ones taken, naught is more desirous than strength. The strength to protect that which they hold dear. Well, I see you found your answer, and more quickly than I expected of someone who'd sooner strike than think with his head. Headbutts are very powerful. Hi. The artist's purpose thus established, we may consider the question of place. I regret to say the old temple grounds are currently occupied by the Resistance, and there's no indication that they will vacate anytime soon. The grounds hold symbolic meaning, a fitting place for the reviving, but ultimately the physical location doesn't matter. Our mission lies in the spiritual realm, within people's hearts. Well, that is, as they say, the spirit. Now then, I shall report on how matters stand in the region. Few fists remain faithful, even accounting for those who practice in secret, nor has there been any trace of the sect of Shadow, not since their misguided leader's downfall. Save for those who come over the light, it's safe to assume his ambition died with him. We have a long road ahead, but we will see our journey through. Great! So what do we do exactly? We hold a demonstration, give people tangible proof the fist has returned. Lore, first impressions last, and you are first among us. Okay. I shall round up the villagers. I shall cry up a veritable storm for the upcoming spectacle. Literally, or... You two, take the wooden dummy, set it into the village, and Lore, limber up. I'm good. What? I did my exercises this morning. I got this. Not many came. Fewer than I hoped, but no less of a show we will give them. Come! True Strike, Dragon Kick, Boot Shine. True Strike, Dragon Kick. True Strike, Dragon Kick, Boot Shine. Okay, so I need to be up. Okay. You want me to form shift, which I definitely have in my bar somewhere. There it is. I think the Fist of Rhalgr. Thought the monks were gone. Good people of Alagana, I am Wittergeld, proud son of Alamigo, brother of the Fist of Rhalgr. You know our tale of loss. The King of Ruin laid our temple to waste. Yeah, that's another thing about the old Mad King, by the way. Just point it out. Without faith, we are lost, but there's no gods. What is wrong with you people? You can't fool us. You just want soldiers. You're no different from the accursed masks. So it was in the past. Our order was seduced by power, swore allegiance to the royal family. We monks were little more than tools of war. But that was the Fist of old. The new Fist serves no king. This is the new Horde, okay? I know we're naming it after a giant demonic body of conquering death, but we're different. That's why we're using the exact same name. Rhalgr is the destroyer. As his disciples, there's but one thing we have to destroy. Our own weakness! Therein lies the strength to protect. Therein lies hope. I will not lie. I am no great warrior. My forebears would put me to shame, but I am not alone. I have stout comrades beside me who are no less dedicated to the cause. My foremost pupils, can't pronounce and can't pronounce too. Hi. Lore, your sublime skills, who you just witnessed. What's up? Why are your fists on fire? Yeah, I met a flaming bird who was... You know, it's a long story. Please say a word to these people. Are you ready for pain? No. Let us begin anew. A new horde! To bring hope, we will give our all, every ounce of our being. This we solemnly swear. I just noticed these two people are from different tribes. Thanks, Lord. Your performance paved the way for my words. All present let their ears, all open their hearts. The Fist is doing good. Cool. You look well, stronger than when we last spoke. Our membership grows. It's too soon to be satisfied. I will welcome more! We must authenticate our purpose. Convince them we must do a real fight between the pugilists of Ul'dah. So you want me to go to Ul'dah? Okay. Toolda. And in the background, there's this orc holding up an axe. Al amigo is free! I would never not make fun of that. What's that, Omega Legion? Hit me. I'm ready. Is it that it's the worst expansion ever made? Wait, no, that's not true at all. What would be the worst expansion? Not of FF14, just in general. That isn't a familiar face, and one I'm rather fond of. We have an esteemed guest. Hi. I don't know, I could think of 2 expansions in WoW I would put below Shadowlands. Or, God, how long has it been? It's been a minute. It's a good time. I took a break from my wandering. Good to see you again. Yeah, I put BFA below Shadowlands, and frankly, I put Burning Crusade below Shadowlands as well. BC kind of sucked. It was better than vanilla, but that's it. Cross Discipline, that sounds exciting. Girabania, must be on the other side of the world. That's mostly sinewy Highlanders, and male ones. Well, that's rich coming from a sinewy Highlander, and a wrinkled old one. I, for one, welcome the challenge. I was tired of beating her senseless. Oh, says one for the losing streak. With the losing streak. But of course. I mean, don't mistake me, BC was a huge step up from vanilla in almost every way. But BC kind of sucked. Like, raid design? Encounter design? Class design? Decent equipment progression. Storytelling, so bad they had to retcon the whole thing multiple times in the game and in the books. Because of how badly they botched the story. Yeah, I came up with a whole term for it, Alzheimer's. Just to explain the nonsense. The future's on the way. Ralgr be praised. Doesn't exist. Much to do. BC also has what I consider to be one of the worst raids of the game in it, Mount Hyjal. BC was also when they decided to go with a specific dungeon philosophy, which I don't personally agree with. And I mention it that way because some people really like it and some people really hate it. And that would be the mentality of every single trash pull should be this colossal hassle to do. Like, you remember how that was, right? Okay, so there's 4 enemies. We're going to use 3 CCs to get rid of 3 of them and pull the 1. If anything goes wrong whatsoever, we wipe. If one of them breaks, we wipe. If we accidentally pull a second pack, we wipe. Like, don't mistake me. I'm fine with trash encounters being real encounters, but those weren't real encounters. That was just beating you in the face. You know, fake difficulty, to put it bluntly. And they leaned on that hard in the dungeon design of BC. Because you remember how it was, right? Like, they had mob packs, like, right next to each other. Just to make it that much more likely that you would wipe. Anyways, so far we've given 37 Disco. But I could be talked down from that. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. That is exactly where they went with it. It's just, this is just... Okay. Alright. Quality match. Science before savagery. Uh-oh, what's happening? Done, Disco. And not a moment lower. So Disco asked a question yesterday, which I've been holding on to. Has anything moved up from coffee? No. Has anything ever fallen out of sushi? Yeah. Only one. Corpse Brigade! We haven't really talked about the Corpse Brigade yet, because they've only shown up twice, and this is the second time. down here? Earthbound, by the way. Techniques have no effect. It is the evil one. Well, well. We thought we knew every ilm of your style, but you, adventurer, you're not like the others. Have you seen the review of Earthbound? Earthbound has some issues, and as much as I enjoy that game, and I do, I couldn't in good conscience give it the sushi tag. Which is a shame, because it's still Earthbound, but, you know. Anyways, you're the Griffin. No, he's very not. The wretch who died was but a double, and good riddance, for I am the true Griffin. My name is Theobald, Theodric's heir, and rightful king of all Amigo. What? That's your take? Oh, okay, I get it. In my royal duty, I've come to deliver a warning. Such cults as propagate false beliefs will not be suffered under my reign. Seize any foolish notion of reviving the Fist of Rhalgr. Swear fealty to me, or meet the same end as your treacherous forebears. Lies. Theodric's line is spent. And rightful or no one would bow before you. The people will not suffer another tyrant. You wound me. Or should I say, Theodred, dear cousin. What? All the time you didn't know. Neither who you are, nor what became of your parents. This ignorance cannot be borne. Nay, we must rectify it at once. You see, your father and mother, they conspired to betray the royal house. For their crimes, his grace, my father, put them to death. And though your parents were the dimmest of traitors, they had the wits enough to know when the game was over. So they sent their precious Theodred, then but a bawling babe, to be raised in the safety of the Temple of the Fist. Although my father tended to that squalid little place soon enough. You mock my parents and my home. Who you claim to be, I care not. I will make you pay. Dude, I'm right here. Just let me go. I got this. Have you learned nothing? Your techniques are useless against us. If your defeat suffices not to convince you, look to the proof of your beloved temple's destruction. Listen well. All Amigo needs a strong ruler, an absolute ruler, to smite her enemies and restore her to glory. No. I don't like fake joke spoilers in general, Disco, because everything you say I know is not true, and that chips away at the puzzle piece, so to speak. So, if, as a personal request, I will ask you not to. Not a good time for the match. With apologies, I must call it off. Return to Alagana and rest. I shall remain behind to receive our guests. Wait with me, Law. Some synchronized breathing they got going on. Jeez Louise. Sorry for the delay. Having been here once before, I thought I'd handle en route, but whew, that route handle on me. What's the matter? Harsh truths have been thrust upon me, calling my very existence into question. As I am no fit opponent for you and yours. Forgive me, Master Hammond. As far as you have come, it pains me to say this, but I must call off the match. I mean, I'll fight you. Well, that you don't do so lightly is plain to see. Whatever happened must be serious. So, focus on yourselves. There'll be another time. Come on, two, we're going home. We just got here. Let me rest a moment, would you? Don't be a milksop. With all your roaming, surely this distance is nothing to you. You could just stay for a bit, instead of going back to... To make it clear, we're postponing the match. I have faith you'll bounce back. As a soul of kindness, I have nothing but gratitude. Come on, let's return and tell the professor what has happened. Lol, Rax. Hi, Rax. We're gonna get any Mad King lore here. Because all that could have been just lies just now. So what is the game I am most ashamed to have given the sushi designation to? So, unfortunately, only the games I have already given sushi designation on the site are ones that also qualify. So, let's just pull up the list here. How many games have I given the sushi tag? That's more than I thought. Holy crap. Okay, what do we got here? I admit I probably got some flack for giving Mega Man X5 that tag, although I stand by it. Ditto with Pokemon Shield, though I stand by that one, too. I don't think I'm particularly, like, ashamed of any of these, really. Although I'm sure I got some eyebrows raised when I gave the sushi tag to the Modern Warfare remake. Like, I had some interesting comments on that one. What? Let me paraphrase. You're telling me our Wittergult is in fact Theodred? Nephew to Theodoric, King of Ruin? The man who claims to be the Griffin, presumed dead, also claims to be Theobald, presumed dead. Not even a drink-addled bard can make this up. Outlandish details aside, I have an inkling as to the identity of those who set upon you. They are the Corpse Brigade. Trained in counter-monk combat, they served the King of Ruin as his personal guard. Although personal agents of destruction would be more accurate, but when their liege fell, they followed in turn, becoming overqualified bandits. I'd explain why, for all their mastery of the fist, Wittergelt and the girls had no answer to them. They could hold their own, I believe, due to your... That you could hold your own is due to your pugilist background. Also the fact that I'm me. Knowing that oaf, he's probably crestfallen, so I'm going to go talk to him. Eric! You've got to be kidding me, Rex. Now, I get your idea, but honestly, and I've been asked this question before, Valerian, so forgive me for the repetition. I don't really have any guilty pleasures at this point in my life. You know what I mean? I like things for why I like things, and I can explain and enumerate why I like things. So I don't really have a guilty pleasure thing anymore. I've known defeat. Tasted my fair share. Oh, you suck, Disco, but that's awesome. Strength to protect, but I can't even protect my own. All my years of training. What have I to offer the people? And to think the Mad King is my uncle. Forgive me, brother. I would be alone. My new pupils have lost faith in me, and I lost them. But perhaps it's just as well, for I am unfit to teach. I am the Mad King's kin. It would be an affront. Forgive me, I should not burden you. But to you, I feel I can speak my heart. Yeah, Demolition Man's a good movie. Like, I could dissect Demolition Man and prove to you that it's not a bad film. I could do that with several films, really. Probably the closest thing to a film that I enjoy that isn't actually a good film is Commando. And even that does a lot right. So even that isn't actually a bad film, you know? Now, if you came to me and said you like, Birdemic, okay, then we can talk. Or Battlefield Earth is another example of a film that is a bad film. Ah, Lore, how good of you to come see us. Both Sense and I are well now, never you fear. It is Master Wittergelt that worries us. He will not recover from the emotional blow. Alright, everyone murder Valerian for liking Birdemic. You're welcome, Cronin. I think you're the first person who's actually picked this game up as a result of me. Okay. Well, the two girls want to help him, but he has emotional damage, which they have no experience in, so they're turning to the thinker of the group, which is the professor who's hanging out at the Reach right now. I'm sorry, reservations, Maverick? Question mark? I dislike using the word cringe, USM Corp, but I don't know. I understand the concept of a guilty pleasure, I just... It's probably going to sound bad, but I'm not only comfortable enough with myself, but confident in my opinions at this point in my life. To the point where I don't mind saying, I like this, here's why, ... the end. You know what I mean? There's no guilt because I can actually tell you, I like Van Helsing, which several people have argued is a bad film. But I could point to several elements of that film that make it good. Excellent choreography, fantastic usage of camera and cinematography, great action scenes, amazing soundtrack, and wonderfully cheesy performance by actors who are just having fun and enjoying themselves. Bam, that's why I enjoy Van Helsing, you know? I've just finished inquiring after our friend, his inspiring master Theobald, and you are doubtless eager to find my findings. Ahem. By all accounts, 'twas recently he resurfaced. None can say where he came from, but no sooner did he appear than he declared himself the artist's heir and proceeded to recruit people to his cause. The prevailing sentiment is one of uncertainty. It should come as no surprise, but folk are not exactly keen on the Griffin's return. Unless we forget, few have fond memories of the King of Ruin's reign, nor do they have any reason to love his heir. So, what brings you here? Explain. Still sulking into a cyclist, you say? Utterly hopeless. Very well, I'll go slap some sense into the fool. That's not what I... Okay. How dare you think that you in court? I shame you, sir! Shame. Reunion. Sorry. I will admit, as recently as only a few years ago, I would feel... I hesitate to use the word shame, but I don't know what else to call it. Several of my family members, blood family, let me be clear about that, didn't even think what I did was a real job, for example. And there was that whole embarrassment. Like, I'd be like, hey, I need to do this. And they're like, oh, it's just, it's not a big deal. And they would act like that. There would be that mentality of, oh, I don't know why you care about this, or, oh, I don't know why this is important to you. And I'm like, this is my job. This is my career. At this point, and they're like, nah, you know what I mean? Life choices kind of a thing. And yeah, I've gotten past that. But again, I will admit that, within the last few years, I can understand the shame angle. It's just I've kind of clunked past that at this point. It's always a process. We are on Crystal Goblin, I think, Cronin? Someone check me on that, please, because I never remember. A thrashing, though it was, how long will you let a single defeat keep you down? As I hear it, you've been neglecting your training. You want to let all that muscle go to fat? That's not actually how that works. Defeat is painful, but I'm no stranger to its sting. In time, the sensation fades, but this is no sensation, it is my very existence. The man who destroyed the Fist of Rhalgr, his blood courses through my veins. And that I should seek to revive the Order is an affront to the dead. I have not the right. Okay, it is. Goblin Crystal. Woo. So that's the way of it. I will tell you a story. I once had a son. In many ways he took after me, and it was my hope that he would one day follow my footsteps. But the boy had grander dreams, wanted to change the world, took off to join the Resistance, and then died. His unit was hopelessly surrounded by Imperial forces. To save his comrades, he swept up a sack of explosives and... The details are irrelevant. For long years, I lived with regret. If only my son had walked the path of science, I lamented, he might still be here. But eventually I came to a realization it was his choice to make, and he did. He chose to be a soldier, and he died a hero. And acknowledging this, I was able to attain a semblance of peace. We're defined not by our blood, but by our choices. Damn right! So your uncle is the Mad King? What of it? You are not him. You are you. By whatever name, and there's no limit to what path you may walk. That path may be fraught or filled with hardship, but you mustn't give up. Behold the soldiers of the Resistance. Even after their great victory, they continue their vigil, ready to render their lives up for the cause. These men and women bear a great burden, one beneath which they could buckle at any moment, yet they stand firm to the last. And I used to wonder, why don't they give up? My son taught me the answer. They believe the moment you give up is the moment you lose. When we first met, you were hell's-bent on retribution. Mule-headed though you were, you came to see the folly of your path, but there comes a time when a man must fight, and for you, that time is now. So find your mule, and fight for what you believe in. You're right, Professor. I see now what is truly important. Theobald desires absolute rule. If he has his way, the people will suffer. This cannot be borne. It flies in the face of the new fist. I will restore hope to the people, but to do this I must transcend him, and I will protect all I hold dear. Full glad am I to hear it. Suffice to say, I will aid you. Eric's such a weird character, because he's such an asshole, and yet he's got a really good heart, and he's generally right. Such a weird character. Anyways, we must go back. Back to the future. Who's Audrey? A brother, and the closest thing I had to a family. I thought him dead. But now you believe he may be alive and is the one who seeks to prevent you reviving the fist? Let's just go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I got this. Come on. I mean, you've got this, but I got your back. Yeah, I know, right, Rax? I'm just standing here like, huh? Audrey's not alone. He has rallied the Corpse Brigade. How do you intend to overcome your disadvantage? If our fighting style will not serve, we will master another, free and unshackled by form. As a pugilist, will you teach you? I don't know, you think you can keep up? Give us your worst. I will admit I tend to be anti-college, but not really. And I've tried to be a lot better about explaining that in more modern times. I used to just say, screw college, end of statement, and assume people knew what I meant by that, because I was an idiot. It's a little more nuanced than that. With regards to what Valerian's saying. I think this is actually closest. Also, I am not ashamed of liking WoW, while we're on the subject. So I don't know if you saw it, USN Corp, when we were doing the Evilise raid, I believe it was Orbone. Someone in chat was like, the only people that don't like this raid are WoW lovers. And I popped in and said, I'm a WoW lover, and I love this raid. And several other people were like, yeah, no, I'm totally legit with WoW lovers, as long as they're not idiots. And I was like, yeah, me too. Also, this raid is totally legit, absolutely. And it was just cool. We've had some weirdly wholesome experiences on stream. That's not even the first time. It's like the 5th or 8th or whatever at this point. You can check the VOD if you don't believe me. It was yesterday. Alright, we got this. And then I beat the crap out of them. We just know how we fight. Tell us what we must improve from the eyes of a pugilist. Entry speed! I see. A pugilist is swift. For each blow he punches. It's actually a dozen. What, are you tired already? Come on! Let's keep going! Shut up, Omega Legion. I was not in a wholesome mood for the quests. In fact, I think we ended up giving... Hang on, let's see how many... Keep improving speed! Speed! I feel bad here. Continue improving. Hang on, how many negatives did I give to the frickin' quests? 1, 2, 3... I only gave 3 negatives to the Evilise quests. Oh, actually, no, I think I gave 4. Hang on. Let's roll down a little bit. Speed! Should I keep picking speed? What do you think? Yep, I did. I gave 4 negatives to the quests. And yeah, let's see how many gameplay positives we gave. Speed! Speed! Wonk is about speed! Continue to speed! Alright, how many positives did I get? Let's see here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 positives to the Evilise raids. Need I say more? Thank you, Bregwin. Always. And thank you, Bregwin's hips, for giving me the morale, the courage to keep going. You know, we all have our motives, you know, the thing that keeps us going. It's Bregwin's hips for me. Pray forgive my interruption. Oh, and I put that for Crusader Kings 3. Professor, what has happened? Nothing untoward. He made a momentous discovery pertaining to the man called Theobald. Truly, we must go to him at once. Good morning, Kata. Okay. Yeah, that is absolutely true. It's one of the first things he taught us, Disco. Speed! But yeah, 15 pluses to gameplay for the Evilise raids. That's insane. And frankly, I don't think that's going to be surpassed by a single content bundle in 14. I look forward to being proven wrong. There is one thing that might prove me wrong on that, and that's Eden. We'll see. Because, yeah. I can think of some raids in some other games that'll probably get that up. When will the HUD get updated? I was kind of hoping to get the class quests done before I updated the HUD. The HUD, excuse me. Yeah, Eden's good in story and in gameplay, too. So Eden is demonstrably and functionally better than Ivalice, if for that alone, you know. Like, it probably helps that, this is such an obvious trap. It probably helps that, you know, the two characters in question are pretty awesome. Then we have awesome fights on top of it. Honestly, there's only one negative I can think of for Eden off the top of my head, which I stand behind, it's worth noting. The lack of mid-mission checkpoint is actually really stupid. Oh no, it was totally a trap. Lore shock. He. We're totally evil. Pure evil. Evil McEvilson has returned. Oh no, everyone, they've got 3 guys. Help me, Lore. He. I'm so evil. I can't wait to kill you with my giant axe. I like how we're just like... That is such a perfect reaction. Did you see that? Just... okay. And then draw our weapons. That was great. I love that. Just, Just, okay. Whatever. We want to do an all first. He brought a little more than 4 guys, but it's not helping him any. Honk! Yeah, 3 guys against a demigod. Are we done here? Surrender now, or he's a dead man. Are you frickety kidding me? Can't even finish the fight. You started craving, the lot of you. Call me what you will, but no one stands between a king and his throne. I can think of a lot of things that do. Yeah, I saw that, Valvidrix. Remember what I said? Speed! Speed. You know what? That's a good point, Omega Legion. I'll just be a Star Destroyer. How's that sound? How'd you get past the sentries? We trampled them. Your ilk was supposed to be easy pickings. The day is yours. But it's not over. I'll be back. Speed 2. Cruise Control. How many people have seen that film? Okay, so Speed 2 is kind of not as good as Speed 1 in several ways. But I will never forget, like, the culmination of the whole movie, which is when the cruise ship collides with the city. And they spent so much time and money. Like, if you ever look at the behind the scenes of that film, they spent so much trying to make that scene look as good as it can. And it killed the budget. They spent something like 80% of the budget on that one scene. My thanks, Lore. I was on the way back from Ul'dah when they set upon me, and none too gently. That's a good question. At this point, actually, we might already be there. Speed! Haven't you forgotten anything you'll don't? I am part of this because of my own volition. For better or worse, I bear responsibility for my actions. At any rate, I did what I needed to do. So, let's return to Alagana. Yeah, by the way, how many of you saw my Toy Story 1 rumination? And I'm just going to go ahead and skip to the bonus question. I want to stress this. I'm not joking when I say Mr. Potato Head is the actual villain of that film. Like, I know that we all meme and we all joke, and Lord knows I do that all the time. So that's why I always got to make sure to clarify. This is not a joke. Mr. Potato Head is the villain of that film. It never clicked with me until I rewatched it for the rumination. I was just like, oh my god. He's not just an asshole. He is actively the antagonist at every step of the way. He is the one who convinces the group to do all the bad things they do, which causes all the problems for the plot. Every time! What am I listening to? keeps saying witness me. Alright, let's do this. I will go. Okay, you will go. Wait, Lore will go. Wait, you will go. Okay, Lore will go. Wait, that's me. I will go. I got this. So let's see. Best comedy sequel. Does The Mummy Returns count? It probably shouldn't. Okay. Let me think about this for a minute. That was always the intent, USN Corp. Well, I mean, so Mummy 2 is much more Mummy 1 was an attempt at a straight horror film. And it kind of fumbled a little bit with that. So Mummy 2 is far more of an action comedy. And I think it succeeds at that tone substantially better. I haven't seen Mummy 3, so I can't speak to that one. I've only seen some of Mummy 4 because I hated that film. The Tom Cruise one. Shrek 2? Well, actually, I'll give you Shrek 2. Although, if we're going that route... A letter of challenge, a dated practice befitting a dying style, and a lot of effort to simply lose. I accept. I anticipated this. You tell my dear cousin I will be there. Oh, don't mistake my comment for negativities, that's there. I rather enjoy The Mummy. It's just, I think Mummy 2 nailed it, whereas Mummy 1 stumbled a bit, you know? Scorpion King is kind of a guidance story. Surprisingly good, too, by the way. We have not done Bard. We can do Bard next if you want. I was just kind of going down the list. Keep it nice and organized. Yeah, remember when Brendan Fraser was good? I shouldn't say it that way. That implies he's not good anymore. But remember when he was in films? Might be a better way to phrase that. Yeah, Scorpion King was trying some new stuff with CGI and stumbling with it, but it is a good film overall. IMO. Correct, Omega Legion. Yeah, I did a little reading into the Brendan Fraser thing, found out that it was personal, and said, you know what? Not my business, and walked away from it. So I don't actually know the specifics. Yes, Pixar Block will be in release order, I'm pretty sure. I guess I can check the website, because the website lists that stuff. Really, a crowd? Well, if you're determined to make a spectacle of your defeat, who am I to stop you? Let all President witness the death of the Fist of Rolga. Oops, I haven't updated this in a while. Let's update the website. Hear me, people of Alamigo. Feeble faith, such as this charlatan peddles, will avail you not. Only the strong and absolute can save you. Only I can save you. I am the king. These words come from the Empire. The people need not another tyrant, but they need is hope, and hope they may yet have, hope everlasting, that none can take away. So I beg you, brother, give up your aspirations for the throne. Join me in reviving the Fist of Rolger, as is your right. The time for deception is past, but one man I know wields the lance as you do, so take off that mask, the mask of a dead prince, and show me your face, Audrey, my brother. Evil laughter. Here we go. Upcoming ruminations. There we go. Complete. Updated. How long has it been since I heard that name? I always thought you dim-witted, but your memory serves you well, at least. Why do you desire destruction? So much that you fool even yourself. Like you, I was an orphan. The temple was the only home I knew. But that home was taken from me, laid to waste at Theodoric's command. The monks hailed as the realm's greatest warriors could not withstand the Mad King's might. It was then I knew that blood counts for more than all else. All the training we undergo, none of it's worth a spit in the face of absolute power. And those who are born without it, like me, will ever be made to suffer. But you had it all from the beginning. Born into a royal family, blood of kings coursing through your veins. You had the power to lead and rule, but you turned your back on your nation's liberation. For what? For the sake of a fist that couldn't protect itself? I was a nobody. It's a dragoon. Just one of the Griffin's lowly doubles. But if you will not rise up for a nation, then I will, and you have no right to stop me. You have forfeited your own birthright. Hear me, brother. Our blood defines not who we are. Muto speech. Hollow words from someone born to power. You'll never understand what it means to be weak. Never! I am Wintergalt, a brother of the Fist of Augur. That is who I am. No more, no less! And I will prove it to you. Speed! It's a combination of a blood right and a birthright. Really? Well, now, Professor said there'd be a spectacle, but it certainly wants to say no to some action. Enough, Audrey. Our goals are the same. Our methods but different. Together we can achieve much. We can restore the order. Audrey is dead. I am Theobald, Theodric's true heir and rightful king of Alamigo. And by your death, I will claim my throne. Yeah, that's really not how that works. To resort to tools of oppression, he will stop at naught for power. A twisted existence, and we must straighten him out. So while I go through this, we're going through, let's see, in order, A Bug's Life, Toy Story 2, Monsters, Inc., Finding Nemo, Cars, Ratatouille, WALL-E. But, hey, it's Io! Ratatouille, WALL-E, Toy Story 3, Cars 2, Brave, Monsters University, Inside Out, The Good Dinosaur, Finding Dory, Cars 3, Coco, Incredibles 2, Toy Story 4, Onward, and Soul. Best Cars film is Cars 1. Moving around a bunch, because I like blowing up. Well, that actually hurt. Holy crap. That was probably supposed to kill me. That is a lot of trash. Wow. Look at all this nonsense. Let's clear this up a little bit. It might be trying to kill me. I don't know, it's hard to tell, really. Oh, that's probably gonna go off. Oh, we're good. Really? These guys have a bunch of hell. Look at this. I mean, I know it's because I'm not supposed to kill them, but you know what? I feel like being thorough today. I just want to make sure he knows exactly how stupid his entire plan is. There you go. You've lost your entire brigade. All you have left is a giant death machine that, frankly, I'm the only one who could actually beat. But that's okay, because, well, you know, that's all you got left. We good? Audrey, when next we fight, let us be as brothers. Let it be face to face. Or we could kill the power-hungry mad tyrant right now. I am weak, too weak to bear the fist alone. Yet come what may, I will not give up. Each time I fall, I will pick myself up. From my heart I ask this, will you not join me? Help me build a new fist, one that knows not highborn or low, that discerns not shadow or light. A fist where all belongs. I made this joke earlier, but I love how he insists on calling it the Fist, even though there's a lot of, you know, bad stuff associated with that name. It really is Thrall renaming his organization the Horde all over again. Killing every demon in D3 or BTB blitzing. What? What's the difference, Von Falkenstein? It was a fine speech, spoken from the heart. Lacked polish, but that comes with age and experience. And as good a drubbing as we gave them, the Corpse Brigade will be laying low for a while. As will I think. At my age, a moment of fun costs a week of soreness. Gotta admit, it's good to hurl yourself into a real battle. I don't know about you, I scarcely broke a sweat. Oh, and I guess I was imagining all your huffing and puffing. Well said. Though it is sad to part, we must head home. Peace. Young and lithe as they are, I believe they harbor much pugilistic potential, and it'll be my pleasure to personally help them explore it. Yeah. You like sexy women. Go away. Whatever. With your help, we have learned to weather another storm. I dare say we've all earned a moment's respite. You know, I can't help but feel the master's too nice sometimes. After all Audrey did, he goes and begs the villagers to tend his wounds. So complete is his dedication. He wastes no energy on anger and retribution. There's also pragmatism. We're on the subject. So let's go train. Okay. Freeze frame. Bye. Witnessing your furious struggle, I could not wish that I too had chosen to contribute with my fists. My son, I suspect, felt the same way when he chose to join the resistance, but as he walked his path, so too must I. As a man of science, it is my duty to pursue truth immutable, that the knowledge may one day benefit future generations. I did my part, but I know it was mostly you who helped to forge the path, who picked him up when fate cast him down. For that, I am grateful. You possess a noble heart, and makes up for your lackluster mind. With that, I'm out. Peace. Party. Pizza party. Recent trials have taught me much about myself, about the extent of my debts. Through adversity, none of you abandoned me. I nearly abandoned my dream, but never again. I am indebted to all of you. I hope to help others as you have helped me. So what ability do we learn here? Brotherhood? Brotherhood? Really? That's what we got at 70? Yeah, okay. Woo. What do we think of Monk? Other than Disco. Let's see. We did Dragoon. We haven't done Ninja. We haven't done Bard. We did Machinist. We did Black Mage. Did we do Summoner? We did Summoner. We haven't done Red Mage, which... yeah, we can save that for last. We're actually almost done, aren't we? We've got Ninja, Samurai, which I haven't done. Ninja, Samurai, and Red Mage left, and that's it. I'll go ahead and do with Ninja next. Sorry, we'll do Bard next. Yeah, I'd say monk was good enough for positive. I concur. I had to think about that for a minute. Oh, what am I gonna do? Oh god, everything's horrible. Alas, alack. Oh, Lord, this is Shinobi, I'm loath to admit this, but I didn't see you come in. Truth be told, I'm distracted. Princess Yuki sent a letter to my village praising us for efforts in her behalf. Thus revealing my story of injury preventing me from making the journey home was a ruse. But my shame is not that. I have been summoned back to the village, but quite the opposite. Despite knowing I am hale and hearty, my elders seem in no particular hurry to welcome me back to the fold. Should the time come if we have need of you, we will summon you. Until then, remain in Eorzea. Such were their words. Is that how far I have fallen? Am I a falcon bereft of claws, a dull blade, tossed to the wayside by its master? For all I know, I've been exiled to this place. Sorry, heaven knows you didn't come here to listen to me. On a brighter note, I just received word from Captain Jack. It seems some Easterners are causing a stir. I suppose you'd be grateful someone still has need of my services. Anyway, would you care to accompany me? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Talimsa Laminsa. So let's see. How would you feel that you are me and I am you, and you will experience every form of human one day? You'll become a god. It's guiding others through the same process you went through. God, that sounds nightmarishly horrific. That actually sounds like a horror story. I'm not sure I could come up with a more horrific torture to submit someone to than to experience every human existence and every human moment. Please think about all the things that humans have gone through for just a second. Now imagine experiencing all of it. No, that's awful. Wow. That's just... Wow. Okay. Gonna never think about that again. If it isn't the dimmerest dammer of them all, I'm not gonna read that out loud. Dum-da-dum-da-dum. There's a dolmen breaking the code. The crew claimed to be dolmen. They changed tack, begged for asylum. In exchange for their passage, the Kraken captain took them up on the offer, offered them treasures. The Krakens dropped anchor, the refugees put on their best beater cases and skulked off, leaving the treasure behind. All the treasure save one, a scroll. Carvalane reckons the Dolmen refugees have played us for rum, and they're selling the scroll on the black market. I see, so you would have us recover the scroll and bring the thieving Dolmens to justice. I can help, but, like, what about the scroll would make it so valuable? Well, who knows? Let's go find out. Okay. Yep, Yep. Oh, right. Did I do a third class quest today? God, I can't even remember. It all blurs after a minute. I did Astrologian. Did I go straight from Astrologian to Monk? Because I think I did. That doesn't matter that much. I can always check the VOD. It's for the label. I put the labels in the VOD so people know which quests are in which VODs. Chilled? God, I actually don't remember. They didn't tell me either. He literally just said, you remember what it is, right? It's, of course, the last one I pick. Shouting tales of riches and glory. On the way to Wineport. I don't want seafood stew. Thank you, though. That sounds horrific to me, but again, I don't actually like, you know... seafood. I know, right, Rax? It's like, at least it just lets you try again and again until you succeed, like I just did. But it's like, really? You're not even going to tell me it again? Good morning, Classic Game Lover. I know in lore it's only been, like, you know, what, a couple months, but seriously. Got a Naruto run a little bit. So, heading to Wineport. Okay. I will keep my gabbers closed and my stabbers open. Good morning, classic game lover. I was a bleeding surprised. The code-breaking curs have already bit the blow and hopped the twig. Insert Samuel L. Jackson meme in here. Okay, got it. We're going to try to catch the smugglers. Really? He thinks the smugglers are trying to smuggle it home. I guess you did, Disco, because I did answer it. Because first I tried to limit myself just to Final Fantasy XIV, in which case I'd probably, you know, cosplay as myself. But then I limited myself to Final Fantasy in general, and I kind of leaned towards Sephiroth, although there's a few outfits I think I could work with. Like Auron is a good outfit, I think would be nice. And then I limited myself to all of fiction ever, and that was a little bit difficult. You said to poke your nose, huh? Should have paid the fine. Oh god, he's level 90! Or 80, whatever level he is. Alright, so now that you're dead. I'm just leaving their bodies there? Okay, whatever. Okay, so by memory, the question was, if the outfit was comfortable and you didn't have to worry about it, which would you be? And hence the terminology of which one I would do. Because if we move comfort from the equation, it's just comfortable to matter, then I can just pick whatever I want to look like, right? So if I have to role-play as someone for an entire day... Oh, yeah, Emmett Selk was another pick. If I have to role-play as someone for a whole day, that's a much different question. Arcturus Mansk. Wait. Let me guess. You came across a couple of people, they tried to stab you, you stabbed them, and they're dead. No scroll, no ship. You're a simple group of ruffians enjoying ill-gotten grog. The dim one sees, but does he truly see? No, these unfortunate men were but pawns in the grand scheme, as disposable as the bottles that now litter the shore. Really? You again? I don't know, your true quarry has boarded a trader and set sail for Kugana even as we speak, under the auspices of the East Aldern, oh my god. The East India Trading Company. Such a cunning scheme. I wish I might have thought of myself. Or did I? How do you... Yep, I know who he is. Thank you. Yeah, as if it wasn't really obvious. Childhood friends turned bitter enemies, then friends once more reunited. Our hero returns. The audience swoons. What a joyous day. Or is it? I'll say this much, dim one. For once, you managed to surprise me. To think the oh-so-serious Amora would lie to his elders to avoid having to journey home, only to find he wasn't welcome to begin with. The irony of it all. Enough of your preening and prattling. I want answers. How do you know we were here? What's your connection to the thieves? Do you mean the thieves already eluded your clumsy grasp like I'm about to do? That is a story for another day. Ugh. Yep, it's Bird Brain. He's an acquaintance of yours? Yeah. Yeah, let's go talk over here. Clean up the beach, you bums! This is why, when I lived there, which was 30 years ago, 30 years ago, the beaches at Southern California were filthy and just filled with debris in the sand, because nobody cleaned that crap up. Clean that crap up! Apparently, to quite... God! The scavenger Load would love us. Okay, so acting in character as one character. So Let's go with the same limitations. So you have to act in character as someone from FF14 for a day. Probably at like a convention. Still leaning towards them itself, but let me think about that for a minute. Yep, he's still back, and everything's awful. And US Corp is evil. We're not leaving the job undone. We need to go to Kagane. I'll serve as your guide. We shall go to Kagane. We shall go to Kagane. We shall go to Kagane. Can I go to Kagane too? No? Okay, whatever. Can I also go to Kagane? You've received a letter. It says go to Kagane. Okay! Hang on. What the actual letter says is, Dear Laura, I hope this letter finds you well. After a long and uneventful journey, we've arrived in Kagane. Captain Jack is quite taken with the Hingan culture, enjoying a stroll in the Pleasures Quarter. Yeah, of course he is. But anyways, you're not interested in a diary of our travels. As for the matter of the scroll, rumors abound of a band of Doman outlaws. So, come to Kagane. Okay. He can be too trusting for his own good. Yeah, he's a little green. Which is funny for a shinobi, but whatever. Anyways, thank you for watching my show, US Corp. I will put that towards Patchwalker. Role-playing as a character. Like, I'm really tempted by Emmett Cell. Because I can totally gel with that mentality. But maybe that's too easy of an answer. Maybe Hancock? Who are you? Oh, the princess. Okay. Wait, no, that's not the princess. She was an Aura. Who is this woman? Tsubame has made the journey from the village to join. Who is this person? It's an honor to stand by your side again. I don't remember who you are. No, I'm terrible. Whatever. I can't do accents, so. When the Doman Rebellion was crushed, many a samurai fled to become dishonored and turned out to banditry. Wait, samurai can be bandits? What? Sorry, historical joke. Cutting down men and women for their coin purses, plundering villages. Yep, they're samurai, all right. They come with that scroll, I cannot say why, but they have left a trail of corpses in their wake. Exactly, Velvet. Wait. Fortunately, it should not prove hard to find. Just walk around. Go up to the food bar. Hi, what'd you like? You want fries with that? Would you like a drink? The actual mentality I was speaking of was the idealistic, the bitter idealist. Burdened, weighted down, etc., etc. And the genocide thing. Obviously, I'm just super in favor of genocide. No. God. One day she has a sneak into, hey, mind your buddy business. Friend has a temper. You'd be wise to leave him alone. Why do they keep insisting I use this stupid ability? One day she has a sneaking into the warehouse. And next, the Confederacy chasing us halfway across the sea. Sakura could pay us twice what she does. It wouldn't be worth it. Now. It was an adventure. It was cool. We did come on the Eorzean pirates. They believed our ruse. We made a prize. It's all cool. We didn't all make it. Several of us died. What's with the masked man's plan? Who cares? Yeah, we'll never have to worry about going hungry again. Speaking of which, why does he keep us waiting for our payment? Now, we were late with the delivery. Come on, have some patience. They'll pay us eventually. Hi, offshore Twitch account. Who asked a question yesterday, which I can now answer. So, offshore Twitch account asks a valid question of the review structure. A militarist population. Why, Dakota? So, offshore Twitch accounts ask, is the max a game can ever earn for one thing 3? to positive or negative, or is it just the max so far? So the way the system works is 3 is the most you can get for a single thing. And several viewers have already picked up on this, but the way this usually works is like let's assume for a second that a dungeon gets 3 positives, okay? What that means is effectively the trash encounters, visuals, audio, design, layout, bosses, and rewards of that dungeon all get aggregate positives, which equal up to 3 total positives, right? And that's how the system works. So what that means is in an ideal situation, which probably doesn't exist, if the trash was amazing, the visuals were amazing, the music was amazing, the bosses were amazing, each of those individual elements could then get 3 positives, right? So you can zoom in the camera a bit more, but the same rule does actually still apply. The most any individual thing can get is 3. I swear I just wanted to see what all the fuss was about. Next thing I knew, they put a blade at my throat. I thought they were just going to cut me down on the spot. Put yourself in sure-throughs. They say our client's a dangerous man who's been known to kill people. Oh, she's as scared as we are? Man. She killed 100 Garleans. Yeah, well, she's quite the sensitive type. Sensitive, don't make me laugh. Exactly, Rex. Also, lol, Dakota. Yeah, the overall structure of the system has morphed and changed a bit, but I'm pretty happy with how it's been post-Oblivion, and I've yet to have cause to change it. There is one slight caveat to that, but we'll talk about that at some point in the future. I'm actually challenging myself to think if there's a dungeon, for example, that would ever have, like, 3 positives, you know? I mean, Lord knows that the Evilise fights got a bunch of positives, but I'm not sure if there is such a thing that would truly be that amazing. Even in WoW, which has some fantastic dungeon design. Like, prior to Endwalker, what's the best dungeon in 14? Because I know what comes into my mind. Actually, I can think of 2. Yes, you did, Classic Game Lover. That was yesterday, first shift. I was thinking Twinning is one of them as well. The other one is also from Shadowbringers, by the way. Okay, we figured out all our information. So we are shinobi. We shall stealth. Hi. Hi. What? You're a genius! Gather round. Jack's got a plan. First, we catch Sakura. She's beating away to the into the tea house. Underfoot, Vikeb, Tsubame. You three will be in charge of causing a scene and stopping her in her tracks. Okay. Lore, you make yourself to the perch. Do an imitation... Drop imitation seagull shite down from above. Why? The precious lock's all mucked, the more sure to make for the hot springs. She can't well bring the scroll in the water, so we follow along and leave it in whatever basket she stowed away in. Oboro will head to the bathhouse, as was I. We'll keep the girl occupied until Lore has the scroll. How do you propose the two of us keep Sakura occupied? Oboro, you remember your visit to the Bronze Lake little show you put on for a pirate friend? It's quite simple, really. I'm not convinced. Oh. I'm not... This is not the best course of action. Give yourself some credit, lad. Correct. Offshore Twitch account. Who are the bosses? Let's see. So we fought Mateus, and then Hashmal, and then Chariot Dude, and then Argath, and that was the first one. And then the second one was Pamphret, and then Construct 9 or 7 or 18 or whatever it is. And then Right, I forgot Belias. Sorry, I always forget the Belias fight for some reason. I had that same reaction too when we got there. It's like, oh yeah, Belias is in here. So sorry. Then it's Fanfrit, Belias, Construct 7, and then Yzmat. I knew I was missing something there. Then it's Mustadio, Agrius, Orlando, and Ultima. Why can I not see this thing? What is wrong with my eyes? There we go. It's above me, that's why. I have to go even further up? Okay. Can I? Nope. Okay, hang on. God's sakes. Oh, I have no idea after a Twitch account. I may only be 20% through the run. The whole rest of the year is just streaming FF14. Sorry, everyone. I actually won the lottery, and I just decided to start streaming FF14 forever. Bobby. Pain! The pain! Someone find a healer. This girl needs help. What looking to me for? Oh no, my hair! Thank you, kind sir, but we're not. I'm not ill. You see, I simply haven't had a bite to eat all day. Ugh. Really? Fortunately, the hostel is but a short walk away. Here, the sushi's to die for, shall we? I want sushi. No, what I want is the ability to teleport. So I can just kind of over to, you know, Japan and just pick up some sushi, just real quick, you know. Warp over to Rax's real quick. Here's your order, Rax. Warp back. I would abuse the snot out of teleporting powers, I'm just telling you right now. There would be infinite teleportation going on. Where... Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. No, Dude, I would go for some ramen. Like good ramen. Don't worry, Bragwin, I'll bring you some too. I don't know what you want, though. Like, I don't... Ooh, if I could find you some good barbecue sushi. Have you had good barbecue sushi, Bragwin? Because I would make that happen. Do a little research, find a good place, try it a few places, and then... Hey, Bragwin, here you go. Get dogpiled by the... Damn it, time police! Always in the way. The only solution is to conquer time itself. And then I become a supervillain. Pretty sure that's the usual arc there. Well, if I do, I just, you know, squelch them a little bit, Little Ion. They didn't deserve to live anyways. They're in my way. Yeah, real manga. Real manga's to die. Real ramen is to die for. It's just I'm not willing to pay $40 a dish for it. Yeah, exactly, Cronin. All I wanted was good sushi, but the time police have forced my hand. I will make them all pay for keeping me from my sushi. Well done. The operation was by all measure a rousing success. That said, I have not seen Tsubame and the others. I hope they're well. Yeah, I think they went for sushi. In the meantime, pray show me the scroll. Yeah, what is this mysterious thing they covet so? I will kill all of them, classic game lover, to get my sushi. Is the forbidden mudra of summoning. I half thought ghost story meant to strike fear into the hearts of shinobi who would stray from the path. You know what I could really go for some right now? Legit. Some really good pho. I don't know mudra from my grandma, but that sounds dangerous. It is indeed. The legends say if a summoner's focus wanes for even a moment, the monstrous beast called forth will not hesitate to devour him whole. What is this? The frickin' flaming toad thing? It was a gift from our village to the king of Doma, and then sealed away. It was lost in the Garlean invasion. It's been an imperial vault. It's super amazing. Yep. I promise the Krakens I bring the scroll back, and I'll not have it said Jack is a man of his words. After all, the scroll's been missing from your village for 20-odd summers. Clearly no one's suffering much. It's hardly an issue. The scroll's an ancient treasure. It belongs in Doma. Belongs to those who found it. That's the Krakens. God, you're a stubborn bastard. Argue. Gentlemen. After all, you shouldn't make such a scene. The scroll, strictly speaking, belongs to neither of you. Yeah, I think you know the answer to that, Mr. Rudd. See, I wouldn't roleplay as him, for example. Thank you for guiding me here. May you rest assured the scroll will safely return to Doma. You have my gratitude. Oh, sweet deluded Deborah. You grow ever dimmer by the day. Do you truly believe what I did for you? I did say I was pulling all the strings in this puppet's play, did I not? Very well. Let me put into words what even you can understand. The scroll belongs in Hingashi, the master. I now serve. Dun dun dun. Wow. My mistake was entrusting in Sakura and her lackeys, which I suppose I should have seen to myself from the very start. Oh well. Live and learn. Anyways, simple transaction. You hand over the scroll, and your friends still have their heads attached. Fair deal, no? You craven. On second thought, I do believe we could have even more fun. Keep your eyes and ears out, dim one. You'll be hearing from me soon. Boo! Curse it all. Here I believe the man had turned over a new leaf, but no, he just found another villain to serve. Once a rook, always a rook. Alright, let's go kill him. Yeah, artifact ownership rights. Ugh! Who owns this thing? I grab the scroll. I do! Put it in pocket. Actually, hang on. I'll put it on my chocobo. Hang on. Let's see here. Why do I have this in my inventory? I really need to sort my inventory. I just haven't had time yet. Hey, a Cloud of Darkness card. Woohoo. Hey, some milk chocolate. Whoop, no! Come back! Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I lost it! No! No! My hot chocolate. There it is. There it is. Oh, thank God. Why can't I... There we go. Much better. Pho is a Korean dish, I do believe. It's a form of stew that comes with stuff in it, which is cooked in the stew because the stew is delivered piping hot to the table. And you add all sorts of stuff to it and flavor it and blah, 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 blah. My sister knows exactly how I like pho. Oh, it's Vietnamese. My bad. See, I don't know this stuff. I don't know nothing. It's food. And it's food that, my sister is the only one who knows how I like it mixed. And when I say that, I mean I don't know how I like it mixed, because I don't know what she does to it exactly. It's FUD. That's what it is. Yep, I done FUD up. Hello. Princess! Hey, what's up? Yes, my people are doing wonderful. Akagi, he's my bodyguard now, was none too happy when I told him I'd be heading to Kagane. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Princess, come back. Oh no, he's on to me. I have to help you in Obora, so... tell me I hopped a ship to Yorzi or something. That's really mean, but sure, I'll tell him that for you. So, Pika asks, why do they keep re-releasing GTA 5? Does Rockstar have a brain at all? Yes, they are making an absolutely stupid amount of money on GTA 5 and its re-releases. Now, arguably that's not good game design or good game production, and it's certainly not adding anything to the world in terms of, you know, actually adding to the substance of the universe, but it is making them a lot of money. So that's why they do it, because it makes them money. If all you care about is profit, they're winning. You know my thoughts on that. I have the mind to tell him the truth, but then he might have offered to help. Ugh. Anyways, so, let's go help. I mean, Starfield's been kind of looking pretty legit, honestly. Yeah, sorry, I should probably clarify. For those of you not aware, GTA 5 was, at one point in time, the highest reviewed game I'd reviewed, and whenever we do an audit run of it, it will probably continue to be one of the highest reviewed games I've ever reviewed. It's a really damn good game. My beef is with GTA Online, which just happens to come with GTA 5, which is the main way they make their money. So, explain. I mean, I'm just going to be as blunt as I possibly can here. Calling GTA 5 Skyrim is an insult to GTA 5. Anyways. Yeah, exactly. Oh, for God's sakes. You again. Don't do the... You have some gall to call yourself a friend. What have you done with Tsubame and the others? What's this? The dim one is joined by a new companion. Our hero's wounded. Was his friendship not enough? Why are the geniuses of the world so misunderstood? Anyhow, I was hoping you asked. As a matter of fact, I've just the present for you. It's a game. Kill or watch your friends be killed. Do you like the name? I thought of it just now. The rules are simple. Your precious Swallow and the others are being held captive at the Garnet League in the Isle of Beko. You just need to march in, cut down Zakuro and her men, and free your companions from their shackles. Succeed, and I'll forget about the scroll, and you can all go marching happily back to Doma. Fail, I get the scroll, and Sakura bathes in your blood tonight. Oh, there's something in it for everyone. Keep me entertained. This is villainy no bounds. I mean, he could have done a lot worse than that. Agreed, Rax. Yeah, no, Starfield is going to be a sci-fi Elder Scrolls game, which I'm down with, it's worth noting. Like, that sounds fun to me. But I agree with you, probably a lot of people are expecting it to be what Star Citizen was supposed to be. Or, you know, a freelancer-style game, and it's super not. Well, to the Isle of Blarg. Yeah, Outer Worlds might be a good comparison, too. It'll actually be interesting to see if Outer Worlds or Starfield is a better game. I mean, is that an appropriate contest? But yeah, we'll see. Starfield isn't even on the list, which probably says something. No one's donated so much as a single $1 to it. At least I don't think they have. I guess I can check that before I say that. Hang on, let me verify my own statement. Starfield. Nope. No one's donated so much as a single $1 to Starfield yet, and yeah, that doesn't actually surprise me much. We'll see. Alright. Let's do it. I'm curious how Skyrim's going to review someday. Because you know my generic opinion on Skyrim. Alright, we should sneak in. Done! Come on, group up, group up. Group up, group up. There you go, good boys. Good boys. Let's see, I think it was this, and then this. Yep. Oh, I apparently have someone targeted. Oh yeah, Rax, you might be able to answer this for me. I request your expertness. Is there a setting somewhere that allows you to hit a button to target someone? That's too vague. Okay, let me demonstrate, because I don't know how to explain this. So let's say I want to hit this person, and I hit the 1 key. Nothing happens because I have no target, right? I have to hit tab, and then I can hit 1. So is there a setting somewhere where I can hit 1 to target someone? The shadows again. Yep. Let's sneak our way up the hill here. Sneak, sneak, sneak. I like how they all stealth, and I'm just like, nah. Well, no, it's not really what I mean, though, Rex, which is why I had to clarify the sentence. So, let me put it to you in terms of other MMOs. In WoW, there's actually an option to say, use ability, target enemy. So, like, if I'm sitting here with no target, and I hit 1, it'll target the nearest thing, as if I hit tab, and then start attacking, because I hit 1, right? Now, the flip side of that, in Guild Wars 2, you actually can't do that. If you hit 1, well, what happens is you do the 1 attack regardless of anything, because you don't need a target to do attacks in Guild Wars 2. So you do the attack in front of you, and if the target happens to be over there, well, then you hit nothing. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't say that's active. I didn't think so. I just thought I'd ask. I tried to Google it, but as you might imagine, it's hard to explain what I'm going for here without just saying tab targeting. I mean, last I checked, they haven't done any patches to it whatsoever, Pika, so yeah. After like that 1 patch they did right at launch, and that's it. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I was just curious. It would be a nice little quality of life thing. I was thinking about it the other day because I was trying to hit someone and I didn't notice in the giant chunk of enemies that I was actually targeting something behind me and nothing was happening. I was like, oh, right. You've got more courage than sense to come this far. If we fought on the same side, I could have gotten to like you, but I'm gonna kill you. The most insulting game ever released is Final Fantasy All the Bravest, because it's not a game and it shouldn't have been released. That remains true years later. Oh yeah, I should actually use some of my buttons here. I'm still angry about it, which is funny because Square has arguably done worse since then. But All the Bravest is and always has been a slightly interactive wallpaper. It never should have come out. Yeah, I'm gonna have a decision to make at some point in the future. I'm gonna have to decide which version of Diablo 2 we play. When we get there, because we can play either if we actually have the option. Not like Warcraft 3. Do games need to have money donated for them to go towards the list? Yes. Can blocks be suggested? They can be suggested, but it is something I decide. I also retain executive veto on everything. What is All the Bravest? It's an interactive wallpaper that masquerades as a game that requires you to spend an inordinate amount of money on it. This way to put that. True, but I qualify lore coins as money. So that's effectively the same thing. No, there's no story, Classic Game Lover. Like, literally, absolutely no story. It's just do one random encounter, and then the next. Correct, Pika. Blades are whirling through the air, blood watering the fields, shinobi fighting side by side for the sake of their friends. Could there be a moving sight? Our heroes moved to tears, or not? But do not worry, as promised, I'll return your precious swallow with nary a feather out of place once you hand over the scroll, of course. That's the one, von Falkenstein. We played your game, we won. Are you not a man of your word? Oh, poor stupid Aurora. How dim can you get? Didn't anyone ever tell you promises are made to be broken? That's actually not true. No. Hand over the scroll. Quickly now. I don't enjoy killing dear friends, but that's never stopped me before. The biggest sin All the Bravest makes is it's actually not a game. And you have to pay stupid microtransactions for it. Yes, von Falkenstein. Very good. I dare say you played your role to perfection. Fly home. We've had enough fun for one day. Interesting, Maverick. Yeah, it was the most blatant cash grab they've ever done. It's not the worst. That's still FF15 A New Empire. But it was the most blatant. And it's the least gain. Lord Hanzo, you couldn't have come at a better time. You have to know I just have what you're looking for. Behold! Okay. So, can we kill him now? Hero's outdone himself this time. At long last, the ancient secrets of Hingen and Chuchu will be his. Tell me, Lord Hanzo. When will trying to begin? Lord Hanzo? I believe the term here is lore shock. Silence, Whelp. The bastard get of Sasuke the Shamed deserves not but a quick death. Unfortunately, he's probably not dead. Yeah, there's actually a medical term for rumination. It's a psychological term for rumination in addition to the more, ruminating term of rumination. I spit on your ninjutsu. Your existence brings dishonor to the true shinobi, my clan. I am the greatest of all shinobi, the original clan of Super Amazing Awesome. Enjoy what's left of your miserable little lives, for I shall go and be super evil. Right. Actually, there is, Don Crow. First rule of assassins. Always kill the assassins. I don't know where to start. Karasu's kill, and it's, yeah, recap. Yay, the scroll's only half the scroll. The other scroll is safely taken away in the village. He's totally obsessed with the scroll. I can tell this because I only talked to him once. It'll give him power of 1,000 people. Oh my gosh, it'll plunge us into endless war. We must go and warn the elders. For the second time in a row, Pika. Oh no, you said joke about GTA. Why do you ask about GTA Definitive again, Pika? I literally just answered that. Why do you repeat yourself? To repeat myself, do not play GTA Definitive Edition. I would also recommend you do not play Chocobo GP. It is garbage. Mobage, for all intents and purposes. Yeah, no bet, Bragwin. Sorry, I'm just kind of really de-invested in what's going on here. So forgive me for reading at my pace a little bit. Just, okay. Like, we have the return of Jackass, who I never liked as a character. Oops. And it's like, oh my god, there's this ancient scroll which has terrible secrets, which will lead to eternal war amongst the shinobi. And it's like, okay. Whatever. We're not even on the we're now on the second to last quest. Congrats, Bragwin. That was the third to last quest. Is there a waterfall nearby? Yeah. He likes waterfalls. That's where he goes to clear his head. I remember that. Just don't remember the passcode. Yeah, this is probably a good time for questions, because I'm pretty much just going to zip through the rest of this here. And yeah, I'm pretty sure, question mark, that the Steam versions I have of the GTA trilogy are still valid. I don't think it's really necessary to re-review them, but if they were ever audited, well, that's what we'll do. I was expecting to be in front of a waterfall, not in it. At first I did that, but, well, you know, it didn't calm me as I hoped, so I took the next logical course of action. I returned to my village, fully expected to be punished for my deception and chastised for my failure to perform my duty. Instead, I was greeted as a hero, the honorable shinobi who slew the villainous Karasu, traitor to village and country. But it's a lie. Master Gekkai was the traitor, and were it not for Karasu, putting aside his evil deeds, my eyes would have been blind to the truth. It's just too much. Perhaps the man deserved to die for his sins, but does he deserve to go to the grave as a hated villain? Yeah. Screw him. Once upon a time, not that long ago, there was a mort by the name of Malala. Oh, yeah. This is, yeah. He is recapping the rogue story arc here. What? I've readied the Falcon as requested. Allow me to explain. Since returning, I've been searching for the history of our village. There's some grudge he bears, and we must understand why. So, we will go there to understand why. Do you agree to go with me? Okay. Let's go. Also, could you, like, put on some clothes, please? No? Okay, cool. Would I recover Liberty City stories or Vice City stories? So I'm pretty sure those are locked on the PSP, but I happen to own both, so they are both available. They're both feasible. As for what was my opinion on them if I played them, I've never actually played them. I actually own several PSP games I've never had the chance to play. Me person is probably taking a picture. So let's see what the esteemed master has to tell us. Oh, they're on PS2. Well, that would be much harder to do, so I'm going to stick with the PSP version. So, we seek your great wisdom. Every word I speak is a dagger in me. I need healing medicine. The usual. Liver of a Yangshan tiger, horn of a rhino beetle, claw of a doman weasel. That always does the trick. You, Swallow, stay here and keep this old man company. Yes, I get it. Old men like women. Oboro, yes, the dim-witted boy can never match the wits of the skills of his friend Karasu. Yes, it is my honor to bring you the medicine you seek, Master. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Really? The only thing I don't like about Vice City Stories is the main character. Or, more accurately, how that ends up going. Are you seriously doing this game? Is this just a straight-up This is just a straight-up padding quest. Okay, whatever. I'm curious if my niece is going to procure Kirby Automata. I think I mentioned she and I played through the demo together, and she was quite fond of it. I mean, I was too. Hey, look, it's a Doman Weasel. Almost the size of my Magitech armor. Yeah, it's doubly funny because Vice City, excuse me, I almost said Vice City Stories, is just, like, it's not really what you'd call heavy on the story. Starts off decent, and it ends okay, and then there's a whole lot of nothing in the middle. Whatever. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, Jack elects to stay behind because screw this guy. Which I'm kind of with, by the way. I'm going to try to go around this person this time so I don't screw up her shot. Is it just me, or is he spry? Oh, whatever, let's give him what he asked for. My favorite medicine never fails to put a spring in an old man's step. We haven't okay. Hi. So, it was Sasuke's secret mission you wish to hear of. Let's see what I remember. It was so long ago. In Hingashi, the Age of Strife, there lived a man named Hanzo the First. Leader of the clan, he's crafted a summoning mudra of terrifying power. Many warlords coveted this power, that they might wield it to unify the warring states under their rule. Hanzo would hear nothing of it. Time and again, he would turn down prestigious posts and untold riches, declaring the mudra would only be used in defense. He recorded his knowledge on a single scroll and sealed it away from the eyes of man. Sometime later, a vagabond came. After the villagers nursed him back to health, he explained he had fled across the sea from the land of Doma to escape the reign of a tyrant. So it was Hanzo I, moved by the story, called upon Sasuke, the most trusted protege, to carry forbidden knowledge across the Ruby Sea and bring freedom to the people of Doma. Sasuke wielded the power but once, such was its power. In a matter of moments, the tyrant's army crumbled before its might. But Sasuke felt his job was not done. He resolved to stay and established a new village that he might train his countrymen to carry on his legacy. That is the story of our village's history. As for the forbidden mudra, well, who can say why our ancestor feared it so? All we know is that he was not content to merely seal it away, but took his blade in hand and sliced it clean in two. One piece presented as an offering to the king of Doma, the other sealed in the village, never to see the light of day. As I suspected. Even at the time, it said Hanzo told none other of Sasuke's true mission, though unfortunate, it is a little surprised that today, centuries later, his descendants see Sasuke as little more than a traitor who stole away their greatest treasure and fled to a foreign land. Glad to hear it. Now, come back later, attractive woman. What about the princess? What is she, chopped liver? We must go quickly. We have found the clan is marching for war! Da-da-da-da! Probably Rex. They like their references. Oh no, he's secretly still alive, Lorshok. I mean, you can suggest a block all you want, but until someone puts money towards it, it's not happening. Offshore Twitch account. I am curious what block you have in mind. You want me to go level? Okay. Done! Let's go. Of course. He needs to catch us from behind. I admittedly like to put winks and nods into my everythings. I do it in my ruminations, I do it in my, my lorecraft videos. I do it all over the place. I do it in the track rewrites. But that's all because those are things covering something else. I don't think I've ever done a wink or a nod or a reference in anything I've done that's original. I'm not sure if I would. And nothing against the process, of course. You know, everyone likes the references and everyone likes the little cameo gags. In fact, there's people made a game of it, just spotting all the references in WoW once upon a time. But, I don't know. I don't think I would do that personally. Yes, I did, Pika. A modern Ratchet and Clank block. Well, last I checked, that would just be the 2 games, but that could work. Naturally, that would require a PS5, but I wouldn't be too afraid of allowing that to be added to the list, because I sincerely doubt it would be funded anytime soon, and that would give enough time for PS5s to be a little bit more accessible. Of course, I don't know what Tools of Destruction is, or Crack in Time, or Into the Nexus. So I don't know what any of that is. Meanwhile, the secretly evil one was secretly evil all along. Pardon me, I seem to have lost my way. Can you show an old man to the plum spring? Evil laughter. Oh, gotcha. I thought you meant after the reboot. Gotcha. Clearly not as stupid as your friends, but it's not too late. The scroll returned to the hand of its rightful owner. Everything proceeds according to plan. So as expected, Doma Ninjutsu was a sad sight to behold. Whereas Sasuke's sorry get struggled to wield 3 Mudra, the Jonin wield 4 with ease. Mwahaha. We are super evil. Is the difference between true shinobi and the dumb and whore sons who dishonor the name of their very existence. But that ends today. I shall wipe you out entirely. After I kill you, Lore, you are no match for me. You shall be a test for my newfound power. Canonically, at this point, I've killed Omega. Oh, actually, no, I guess I haven't. This is right before Omega, isn't it? Damn it. Fine, I can't brag that I killed Omega. I did kill Needhog. So, you know. Okay, that's the first good thing in this entire quest chain, right there. What? Huh? Mugu Mugu! Their fearsome flopping ears so terrifying! Sharply protruding teeth, the audience gasps in terror. Yeah, can I get another lore shock here? You, I killed you! I thought you sharper than that. There was some resemblance around the eyes, I admit, but the real me is so much more handsome. Yep, he too was a confirmation clicker. The lordling is dumbfounded, so stubbornly proud was he of his precious 4th Mudra. Never in a million years did it occur to him the Master Gekkai had mastered the same technique. A technique he imparted to me. Oh, and if those lovely creatures thumping about you didn't give it away, the scroll in your hands is quite fake. Couldn't let forbidden knowledge fall into the wrong hands, now could I? Although you succeeded in killing my mirror, you did try to kill me. I really didn't appreciate that. Poor little chick. Always end up doing the dirty work, don't you? Don't worry not, for this time, at your side stands not Oboro the Dim or some 2 Guild Roads, but the most stylistically lethal shinobi the realm has ever seen. Whatever. dare mock me? Your every breath brings shame to my art, my ancestors. I'm super dumb. Are your daggers lightning? Yes. Can I change my answer? No. Got some health. I'll give him that much. Way too much health, honestly. Look at this. This guy has a lot of health. Look at this. Okay. I guess he was tired of not being as tall as I was. That would be funny, U.S. in court. You've come far, little chick. I dare say you can teach the dim one a lesson or two. Spare the details. I have a reputation to uphold, but it was exhilarating to fight on the same side for once. We should do it again sometime. Exit our hero stage right. That one would be a little more difficult to do offshore Twitch account. That might run into the feasibility line. Yeah, the army in question was pathetic, by the way. Yep. You realize we're in, like, the steppes, right? It does not. Offshore Twitch account. So for something like that, if you were to suggest, you know, if you were to put money right now towards a Hitman Classic block, I would say maybe. I would have to do feasibility tests on a lot of games, which would also involve buying a lot of games to even test them live. I'm not saying I wouldn't do that. I usually do. It's just, that's the kind of thing where I'm like, what's your backup option? And then you would pick a backup option for something that's actually on the list. Sense make? Yeah, there's also, so for example, right now, there's actually 2 games that I'm still waiting on to go on sale to actually test the feasibility of. FEAR and Sly 2 Band of Thieves, both of which have been a little bit too pricey to do feasibility tests on yet. Those donations have just been sitting there for like a month, I think, at this point. This is my sole purpose in life. Okay. Okay. I'm glad you've decided to find a new purpose in life. Chasing after a cawking crow. I guess cawing crow. So what do we get at 70? 10 Chi Jin. 10 Chi Jin, excuse me. What do we think of that quest? Next. Bard. The bunny scene was funny. But I honestly think that's the only good thing about that entire quest arc. I could break it down if I have to, but the whole thing was just disinteresting at best, and a lot of rehash at worst. With one notable exception of the bunnies. Mooga Magoo. It does provide some ninja lore, which might pull it up from a negative. Yeah, okay, you've talked me into it. I'll give it a wash. Meanwhile, Bard. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's Saturday. Double checking. It is in fact Saturday. The color cycle. Why would... I don't know, Giga. Is it because you secretly hate the stream? And me? I had a hot chocolate. In fact, oh, no, the buff ran off. The buff ran off. No! I need to have another hot chocolate. There it is. It's my last one. Yeah, this didn't line up particularly well, and I'll just take ownership of that. That's whatever. What's really irritating, I actually thought about not doing these quests until Tuesday and just doing the MSQ today, but that felt like a really weird, jarring thing, and Stormblood's already been patchwork enough, so I'm just going to live with it. And if we end up doing the 1 patch raid, you know, in Pug, then that's whatever. So, hey, yep, okay. It's, okay. The war between Gridani and Alamigo, that ended 100 years ago. What? Okay. A small but determined faction refuses to forget the wrongs of a century past. They still view Alamigo as an enemy and are ardently opposed to reaching out the hand of succor. Your mission is to figure out if this is true or not. Call it a mission, a bloody errand. You can handle it yourself. Oh, hey, it's asshole. Hold your tongue, you're addressing a superior officer. Eh. Or not, whatever secret turns out to be, I'll give you my personal assurance you and yours will soon receive due credit for its discovery. Okay. The Autumn War is an emotional subject for Gridanians, the older generation especially, and for us bards, it's also notable for involving the singing of archers. In the mission, of course, your mission, I dare say there'll be much to reflect. Okay. Of course I did, Giga Pudding. Wink. Prove it. Okay. Behold my glorious bard outfit. There you go, I proved it. I have proven absolutely nothing. Listen, okay, I don't do events, alright? And I never will. I mean, when would I have time? I still have to do... Oh, God. She summoned us here. Patience, patience. I have an ancestor who fought in the Autumn War. Who cares? Look, I'm sorry. Why do you give a goddamn about a war that happened over a century ago, about people who weren't even alive before you were born? Which event was that, Omega Legion? I'm not challenging it, I actually don't remember. Okay, sure. We'll go ahead and find this stupid tome. And meanwhile, the odd couple thing is going on still between these two. Rising. What's the Rising event? The game's anniversary. Right. What does it involve? I have absolutely no memory of that whatsoever. Zero memory of that. Now, if you're talking about me getting the things to make sure I can move fast to the zones like I am currently doing, then I certainly did that, but that was just roulettes. Well, what was it that year? No, okay. Yoshi P showing up, I do remember that. This is going to sound strange. I don't recall it. Like, that's not flagged in my memory as an event, but I suppose it should have been. I don't actually remember the event in any way, shape, or form, I should probably add. All I remember is him being, like, really heartfelt and legitimate about, hey, you're awesome, holy crap, I can't believe we've been doing this long. Keep being awesome. That's what I remember from that. Oh my god, the name of this quest is Three's Company. Yeah, that's the one, Rex. I do remember that. Why did I do that off camera? Why did I do that at all? Oh well. So, we have no hints on or leads on the tome we're looking for. However, there are bandits we need to deal with. Oh, that's fair, Omega Legion. Fine, fine. If you want to be an asshole, you can go and be an asshole. Not you, I mean them, obviously. If you want to be all pissy about a stupid war a century ago, go ahead and be all pissy, you frickin' dragons. I say we murder all the survivors of wars so that nobody's upset about past wars. Who's with me? Nobody? Why are you booing? I'm right! I'm sorry. Okay, I'm a little bit angry because this problem exists in real life and it pisses me off in every way, shape, and form. I get actually legitimately angry about how much of this goddamn garbage affects so much of our real life history. It has for millennia. You know, your ancestors did this, or you did this decades ago, or you did this, or your ancestors' ancestors who actually weren't even related to you by blood, but you happen to live in the same clot of land that used to be a different clot of land. Did this 3 bajillion years ago. Died. Piss off. God damn it. Sorry. I'll stop. I'm just... Yeah, no kidding. masked bandits were on the way to the schism. They might have been going after the tome. An unsettling notion. We should go immediately. Wait, I didn't give you... Leave him. There's something you two need to know. What is it? I got this from a soldier, but Nuval's been sneaking outside the castrum while our backs were turned. Bastard's been acting fishy since we got here, and he tensed up good when the subject of the bandits came up. Yeah, I did. Whatever true motives, we must bring them to light. No telling what will do next. We must be very cautious. Autumn War 2. Autumn Boogaloo. Yeah, I believe it's just Samurai and Red Mage, and then all these craps. I mean, the jobs. In order to find the tome, it's past time we look to the search of the field, but he always finds an excuse to stall. So, it's plain he doesn't want us out there. Bastion wants all that outside goodness for himself, but try as we might, we haven't got to figure out where he sneaks off to. Meanwhile, the masked bandits continue ambushing patrols, as if they have inside knowledge of our patrol routes. As if he's sneaking the info out. So clearly he's the main suspect, but we need to figure out if this is actually true rather than act... We're actually going to see if he's guilty rather than actually just act upon the guilt. That's impressive, really. I probably shouldn't praise that, but, you know, whatever. I was ready to trail on the pumps elite. Well, whatever. I have business to attend to. Over the wall. It worked. He rushed out a moment ago. Come, let us join him. Apparently, Omega Legion. I just want to get this off my chest really quick. Germany, World War II. Now, if you don't understand what I mean by that, a prevailing theory of socioeconomic politics for literally centuries, if not millennia, has been if you are a loser in a war, sucks to be you, right? And historically speaking, throughout almost all of human history, that has led to more war. And a lot of suffering, and a lot of death, and a lot of horrible. Arguably, the first time that that was circumvented was during... Actually, excuse me, in the wake of World War II, but also during World War II. And I've actually talked about some of this when it comes to some of the historical things we've covered, mostly from an economic perspective, but, you know, whatever. Because the mentality was instead of stomp down Germany, again, by the way, effort was made in order to bring Germany back up to being a prosperous nation and developing strong economic ties between Germany and the other nations, which, hey, go figure, worked. We have it. Yay. Excellent. Good, good. At long last, the journal. Not a moment too soon. I just about outstayed my welcome at the garrison. When that adventurer caught us falling upon the patrol, I feared the game was up. Thankfully, the two are blind fools. Yeah, it's weird, Cronin, how that works out. And I admit it pisses me off a little bit because obviously I'm speaking of a political sense, a global sense, a national sense, but that also applies in an individual sense. You know, someone is living on the street and homeless and helpless, and someone helps bring them up, drag them up, and lo and behold, it actually worked out and they were able to improve themselves. You know? So anyways, time to go beat the snot out of these people. Hi. How are things? No matter, you will not stand in my way. And yeah, obviously I'm not trying to overpraise, and obviously not everything is perfect forever. It's just, you know... Can we just not? health on you. Oh no, ads. Wow, that sounds familiar, Omega Legion. It's almost like I just paralleled Nazi Germany for a specific reason. Who is this idiot? Hey, you. Die. You. I'm just biting my tongue right now. I apologize. Nothing new to add, you know? Someone asked me a question that doesn't have to do with breaking the moon. My favorite ice cream is cake batter flavored with white chocolate chips in it. Take it, read it. Know the vile crimes the Alamegans committed against my own blood. See the folly of aiding such honorless people. What do you mean your own blood? I like the weather today? No. Missiles in space combat. So I decided to add missiles in space combat for the extant, but I also added a counter missile system, which I can't remember the name of right now, which basically means that missiles in space combat are only useful if you somehow jam their counter missile systems, or are using it on things that don't have counter missile systems. So in other words, not useful for standard military combat because it's just going to waste the time and effort and ammo. I extended an invitation to negotiate peace. The meeting must be in secret, I explained, for not all my offers to share my view. My opponent accepted and arrived at the appointed hour. Peace? Everyone knows there was no peace officer. What's this about? Yeah, exactly, Vigilant. Although, if you're just trying to blow up a supply ship, then that's kind of eyebrow-raising in general. Without suspicion, he took his seat, and without suspicion, he drank the poisoned wine. The effect was swift and sure, and within moments the man lay dead at my feet. Wait, he was murdered by poison? To this day, he remains an object of worship among the Gridanians. Were they to learn of this, it would pose a serious and ongoing impediment to diplomatic relations. I'm sorry, I'm going to say this as bluntly as I can. Who cares?! Alright, okay, calm, peace. The brass hats. So the brass hats would probably want to bury this deep. Nor would it put it past them to exploit the knowledge to gain leverage in dealings with Alamigo. Whatever they do is none of our concern. Duty compels us to hand over the journal. That's not how that works. You're the leader of our band, and my duty compels me to obey your orders. Crap though they are. You decide whether we hand over the journal or not. What are you, Lore? I mean, I would not go that way with it. No. As leader, mine is the burden of decision. Alright, so what's your call, boy? At any rate, this isn't the place for moral dilemmas. Favorite companion in the entire Mass Effect series is Rex, and Garrus, and Tali, and Liara, and Mordin. He disappeared somewhere in the castrum. Giving me room to ponder matters. Blah, 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 blah. Well, let me know when you're done wrestling with that moral quandary. Do you think the sordid truth of the Automore should be made public knowledge? How about we figure out if it's true or not before we just do that? As ever, you're an island of calm, reason amongst a sea of chaos. Alright. I mean... Oh, he totally does, Blake Traval. I don't dislike him, really. He just has a punchable face. So, what are we going to do with the truth? I should go to Adder's Nest and entrust the journal to our superior's care. Having said that, I will not stand for the truth to be erased. I will oppose any attempt to do so. You could just make a copy. I will hand over the journal on the condition the truth be revealed one day. Okay. That's actually kind of stupid, but alright, whatever. We're gonna act like this is a good thing. Someone asked me to pass on this letter to you. Yeah, I could see that, Omega Legion. She'll literally live long enough to judge when it should be revealed and how. It's from Norval. No. The journal's yours to do with your wish. But ere you take it away, I would speak with Laura and Laura alone one last time. Oh, this reeks. Yeah, but if it's a trap, why would he ask for the strongest of us? You got a point. What's interesting is this is an interesting moral dilemma in its own right. Because there's a lot of ways and a lot of thought processes when it comes to revealing the truth. Because the logic is so simple and so sound, right? Well, if we reveal the truth, there will be people who will resent Alamiga, and everything will be awful, and people will be like, blarg. Therefore, we can never reveal the truth. But, like, that... History has proven that that's usually wrong. I mean, don't mistake me. People will totally be like, blah. Because people will always be like, blah. But that's exactly my point, isn't it? People will always be like, blah. Revealing the truth lets you get ahead of that and doesn't let it build up. Oh my god, it's a big... Oh god, I'm so shocked by this. I'm a little shocked it's taking me this long to kill you, but, I mean, give me a break. I only have 2 AoEs, okay? We done here? Yeah, no, I'd reveal the truth. Recently. At the very least, make a frickin' second copy of the book, you know? Another letter arrived for Sanson. Oh no! You were the diversion. They're going after Sanson. Dun 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 dun! This... I mean, can you imagine trying to hide the fact that, you know, the founding fathers of the United States did horrible, terrible things to lots of people as they were expanding west? That would be just... We have your friend. We will send our price to Adder's Nest. You've got to be kidding with me. Damn it, Lord. How can you always be so calm? That's an interesting question. Well, I pointed out because that's basically common knowledge at this point, Brig, as it should be. Which is sort of my point. Now, the more you dig into it, the more you find out, but, you know. Okay, we've got the ransom. They want to make sure all Gridanians hate the Alamegans, because they're stupid. The band has made its decision. You will not wish to hear this, but the Order rejects his demands. He and his band are to be summarily eliminated. Hold on, you won't even try to negotiate Sanson's release? No, you don't negotiate with terrorists and hostage takers. Why is this being shown as a bad thing? Why are you upset at this guy? I'm not reading this out loud. I've lost faith in the Order, is my only dialogue option, other than this is bullcrap. What? What? Okay, so apparently the actual military officers literally didn't bring this to the Elder Seeds here to cover this. Instead, the middle managers of the military made the call to kill the people and bury the truth on their own. Okay, that makes a little more sense. But yeah, there's a lot of weird tonal whiplash going on here, and I'm not a fan of it. Like, this quest is just bouncing all over the place, and I don't think they know what they're doing with it. Nuancy? Bregman? Nuanky? That's a Nuanky. But yeah, so far I'm leaning towards a negative for this one. It's not good. What do y'all think so far? I mean, you've already seen pretty much everything that needs to be seen here. Right now we're going and getting some assistance from the Archers Guild and the Lancers Guild in order to assist in the rescue operation. From, you know, the terrorists. Stacked cauliflower. What the hell is stacked? Hang on. To Google. Stacked cauliflower. What do we got here? Isn't that normal outfit stuff again? Okay, here we go. What do we got? Stacked cauliflower. Apparently, it is... I found recipes. There we go. What is this? Apparently, it's an enchilada thing. I'm looking for a picture so I can understand what I'm looking at. Nobody's listing any pictures, just recipes. Come on, give me a picture. What am I looking at? Here we go. That's interesting. So it looks like you, like, fuse the cauliflowers together with cheese and meat, if I'm looking at this correctly. It made their lair in the North Shroud. We'll go kill them horribly. Let's do it! Horrible killing engaged. And we're just gonna bypass the entire moral dilemma of this entire story arc to go fight obviously evil terrorists. Like, this could have been a good story chain, you know? Yeah, I found some pictures for cauliflower steaks, which look similar too. It's very interesting, although, you know what would make it even better, Giga Pudding? Is cauliflower steaks with steak. Think about it. Well, I was not expecting you two. Here to deliver the Gridanian's answer, are we? You wish, you craven whoreson. Whatever your demands are, it's got nothing to do with us. Oh, acting alone. I thought you had wits. Or do you care so little for your friend? Kill sense before you get your answer and all deals are off. Everything you worked for goes up in smoke. Or do you not care for your little goal? Maybe you have some wits after all. Do you have the strength to back it up? Oh, don't worry. We're gonna knock you so hard, the scales are gonna fall from your eyes. Interesting taunt. I was gonna say, I was trying to remember the last time we heard this music. And it's appropriate because the coil's right there, but, you know. Good morning, Pyro. Potatoes. Oh. Why do we keep not killing this guy? It's the second time we've beaten the crap out of him. I know that's not our main objective, but seriously. Unfortunately for you, we actually did coordinate with the military. So... y'all are screwed. Why, don't you understand? Why don't you see the Alamegans for the filth that they are? Because of something some people who've been dead for decades did centuries ago. Or a century ago. I'm not reading that out loud. Song, how do you know it? I learned it recently with a spot of help from Shahedel here. He showed me to the grave, which I understand has been in your family's tending for generations. The song was engraved on the headstone. Find peace. Ain't hard to see why your ancestors loved it. So, taking up arms that we might have peace, so the words go. Words that came from himself, no matter. The Autumnmore gave birth to many good anthems, and a good many of them borrowed from his words. Take a look and you'll notice a recurring theme. Peace and harmony. How dare you preach to me of my ancestors? For generations my family has sought justice. You can't possibly comprehend our pain. I'm gonna stop reading this out loud. Had it been known their hero was struck down by treachery, ordinary Gridanians would not have been satisfied with protecting their homes. They would have demanded justice and blood. So the war would have raged on, leaving more death and destruction. And the peace that he had dreamed of would gone. Knowing this, his son... Spare me your lies. He desired Alamigo's destruction. You cannot tell me otherwise. Hang on. Oh, I can't find it quickly. There's a quote in Babylon 5 about, you know, I want to suck the marrow from their bones, sow their sands with salt, darken their skies. And that's totally what I'm hearing here. Anyways. You're dumb. No, this cannot be. My ancestors despised Alamegans. They all did. If not, everything I've labored for, all the blood and tears has been for naught. Yep. How's it feel? Yep. Yep. Sunk cost. Know when to hold them. Know when to fold them. Know when to walk. Know when to run. You, sir, should probably fold. Slash nod. Whatever. What are we thinking? How do we want to rate this one, story-wise? Gameplay, it's inoffensive, so I can give it a pass on that run. Yeah, I like the concept. I do. I feel like they don't do anything with the concept. This is shoving a flower in a gun that's aimed at you. Like, I'm all for peace, really. But this is ridiculous. But anyways, we have the journal. We'll surrender it on a condition which we will not get in writing, and they are under no obligation to keep anyways. Sure thing. Can we give it to the Elder Seeds here this time? Yeah, you notice they didn't even mention it. Like, I think they mentioned the Autumn War twice. In the MSQ, or MSQ, excuse me. If you're going to shape the future of a nation, you're going to have to shape up. Very well. Lore, I'm going to go file my report. I shall become a new leader for... Yeah, he's getting promoted, if you missed that. He's moving up the ranks. But yes, to read this out loud while I travel. Yes, he became a squadron. What do I want? I want the Alamegan. The Alamegan stripped my world. I want justice, but what do you want? To suck the marrow off their bones, grind their skulls to powder, tear down their cities, blacken their sky, sow their ground with salt, to completely, utterly erase them. Good God. What the hell is that thing? Oh, it's Emmett Selk. Sorry. I mean, Jakar was legit. There's a reason he's my second favorite character in that show. We learned Refulgent? Oh my god, I can't talk. Refulgent Arrow, there we go. So that was Bard. I don't know, it does have some decent ideas, but I think I'm going to go ahead and just call it a wash. I hate to do that again. It's inoffensive. You know, it's whatever. So, whatever. Alright. Oh yeah, Andreas Katsoulas is... Oh god, I can't say his name right all of a sudden. Has always been pretty awesome, but he really got to shine in that one. Now, I've done the Red Mage quests, Omega Legion. Some of the few quests I've done from this point on. Yeah, the extra long ones, that's why I just kind of sighed there. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm just getting ground down, but I'm sick of the class quests in general. I think I've already made my opinion on this quite clear. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The class quests are something that should be phased out, and have been! So obviously I'm not the only person who thinks this. Oh, jeez, I don't know. I'd have to think of an actor. Yeah, exactly, as in Corp. Thank God that they got rid of the class quest. Role quest was a much better idea. Much more concentrated, much higher quality overall. Meanwhile, Omega Legion, who is pure evil, because Omega Legion disagrees with me, and that means I must... Hang on, scroll up a little bit. I must suck the marrow out of his bones and grind his skull to powder. I want to tear down his city, blacken his size, sow his ground with salt. I want to completely, utterly erase Omega Legion. There we go. Cool. Okay, so. Are you an adventurer? Please, you have to rescue my sister. Some horrible people tried to kidnap us outside the gates. I managed to break free when a traveler stopped to help, but my sister never caught up to me. Where are your parents? Mama and Papa left to deal with merchants, and the brass blades don't seem to care. He was some kind of mage, but it was 1 against 5. Won't you help me? Okay. That's whatever. I'll help. So that I actually understand, Omega Legion. So, allow me to say that I do disagree with you, but the reason I disagree with you is, statistically speaking, across 3 expansions, they have proven time and time again they do not actually... What the hell? They don't actually know how to do class quests and make them consistently good. There are exceptions, of course. But, you see, the quality problem and the gradient problem is just a problem. Now, I do think absolutely and without hesitation that they should detach skills from class quests, even if they were to continue doing class quests. But the reason I prefer doing role quests instead of class quests is because the role quests are better. They're just higher quality. Overall, aggregate, right? So, you want to play a red mage, right? Well, here you go. This is why you should play a red mage. Now, in the interest of fairness, Omega Legion, I will say this. To use another MMO as a comparison point, what I really liked about WoW Legion was that every single class had its own class quest, effectively. It had the order halls. And those were awesome. Now, the catch was those were all good. And that's the catch. They were all good. Effort and time and effort was spent on making them good. Yeah, they never did something like that before or since. And so what I'm trying to say there is that I understand your point. Because in Legion, I leveled everything to max. Because there was a reason to. Because I enjoyed going through the order halls. I've never done that since, and I never will. Most of my classes languish back at Legion level, because why would I? There's no reason to level them. So, in other words, what I'm trying to say is I do get your point. The question then becomes, how do we feasibly make good class content every expansion? Now, we could still bear it down a little bit. So, again, get rid of the class skill attachment. I think that's a good first move. But how about instead of making it 5 quests, we pare it down to 3 or 2, or honestly, even 1 necessarily, and make each class have its own class quest. Really spend time and effort and focus on it and work on it to make it good, right? I mean, it's the spread too thin thing. It's really all it is. Anyways, thank you for saving me. I didn't do anything. And you have a good point. Shadowbringers had the one... So, this is actually worth noting. Shadowbringers do have class quests. It's just the one. I've only seen one of those, I'm pretty sure. It's one or two. I think I did the Gunbreaker one. So I think I've seen Gunbreaker and Red Mage. And there you go. That's actually a decent compromise, all things considered. I might have also done the Dancer one. I don't remember. So actually, I guess they've already come up with the compromise. Did I do Astro? God, what was the Astro quest? I believe you that I did Astro. So, because that would be the full list. Those are the only classes I really focused on. Gunbreaker, Dancer, Astrologian, Red Mage. Thank you for saving us. You're welcome. What do those people want with us? Ah, don't worry about that. These are Crimson Duelists. I didn't expect to hear that name this far south of Diorzia. Then you are a Crimson Duelist. I know it! If your papa's telling daughters tales of red mages, he must be from Alamigo. Well, that would explain his choice of bedtime stories. Now let's see you home. Yeah, the Dancer story was terrible. I was not overly impressed with it. And away they skip, happy and safe. Now, lore, was it? I believe we've earned ourselves a drink. You need not feel compelled. Should the mood strike you, I'm gonna go get some coffee. Ugh. Coffee. Ugh. See, I guess I'm just talking air here. I guess they already figured out the compromise. Have role quests, and then have job quests after, patched in later. Which gives them time to, work on them and do them. The question is if they're good or not. That's always the question there. Because my two main problems with, well, three main problems with job quests are A, tying abilities to the quest, duh. B, having them be way too spread thin. Like, too many of these are just one story idea spread out across 5 quests, and it's just smeared, never mind all the stuff being smeared in general. And, of course, C, and most importantly, the wild gradient in quality. Like, look at the difference in quality between Paladin 60 through 70 and Dark Knight 60 through 70. Or even Bard 60 through 70 and Warrior 60 through 70. Like, there's just a wild variety in terms of quality. So anyways, it seems we've assisted an affluent merchant family, a revelation which might explain the attempted kidnapping. Hefty ransom. I'm told they were assigned a capable bodyguard, so we can drink in peace. Good. Oh, I was told the 80 quest was patched in. I was lied to! Remember once I know your name? I mean, honestly, how can I forget one of the liberators of Alamigo? I blame the heat and the excess of fine ale. As a native of my troubled land, I must add my own sincere gratitude to that of my countrymen. It was Alize who first mentioned you to me. After the 10th or so time, some incident had her loudly wishing to have Lore's courage or Lore's strength. I began curious to meet you myself. How do I know the indomitable Alize? Well, I'm the one who taught her how to become a red mage. She proved quick study, but fencing is something of a challenge. By the end of our lessons, however, she learned to combine spellcraft with swordplay. What of you? Have you an interest in the art? I could never be a red mage. I'm deadly serious. A man who would rush to the aid of a stranger's child without fear or hesitation is a man I would trust with the power of red magic. Beyond that, I sense in you a kindred spirit. I can't imagine why. So, these are soul crystals. Also true, Omega Legion. As previously just mentioned, Reaper and Sage don't have a thing, because they're new. Yes, I will become a red mage! For a moment I thought you were going to refuse me. Let me just reach behind your hand here. Nothing up my sleeve. What? What? You know, I'm going to take off this hat. I know it's a red mage thing, but I think this looks better this way. Welcome to being a red mage. So, here are the fled. So, War of the Magi, people fled from their homes, and mages of Moch and Amdapor were to be found amongst the refuge. The wizardly practitioners became targets for retribution for the part they played in upsetting the natural balance, and soon did they shed their robes of black and vestments of white. If people were to survive and rebuild, they would need power of the arcane. Thus, they built white and black magery into the same new discipline, red magic. But I've prattled on about the history long enough. Far better I said you to do it firsthand. You must figure out who tried to kidnap these poor girls and kill them horribly with red magic. Which, yeah, okay, I'm cool with that. Oh my god, come on, don't do this to me. I think what I'm supposed to say here, Blade Taval, is he's a he's a Mikote? See, the real problem is, as a player, I'm completely with you, Omega Legion. Like, as a player, oh yeah, god, give me some class content. I mean, to go back to the WoW concept, I have not leveled anything except for one Horde class and one Alliance class ever since Legion, because there's no reason to. I picked the one I enjoyed, and I pushed it through BFA and then through Shadowlands, and that was the end of that, right? And there's something nice about having those. Even the less interesting Order Halls were still good, right? Like, it was still something. But from a developer perspective, it's just such an inordinate amount of extra work, which itself has gigapudding. Hi. And, of course, that much of extra work leads to the quality problem we've already run into. Wait, what are you giving me? What are you poisoning me with? Oh, okay. Well, that I'm okay with. Thank you. Yeah, he's from the X clan, apparently. Hot chocolate. Thank you. Again. So now I can do the rest of the night, or day. I can't turn the camera over. So, you used to ask who the thaumaturgical cabal is? Yes, yes. Any unusual traits? No, not one word spoken, no shift in expression when I urge them to yield. Also branded with a tattoo. Oh my god, it's a cat. An evil practice. Such cursed sigils are known to destroy the will of the bearer, resulting in a biddable puppet, which acts in the manner you've described. There's no salvation for such wretched creatures. Then we must kill the ones who pull their strings. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's fair, Omega Legion, and I will go ahead and give you that they do have a tendency to be nice and open and honest with us when it comes to whether or not, you know, they're having issues with something. And yet, demonstrably, they seem to agree with me overall, because they did cut class quests for the most part. Which is just question mark, you know? And the quality problem is very demonstrable, as I've been demonstrating over the last couple of days. Anyways, we're about to be ambushed. Let me explain to you how to play a red mage. Alright, let's go play a red mage. So, I wear a sword, but I'm not partial to violence. Is there no chance we might parlay instead? No, okay. Well, okay, so hear me out for just a second. So I mentioned how I've had no desire to level other classes in WoW since Legion. That's actually a lie. Sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you. Right. I gotta change this. I keep forgetting I did that. Yeah, I'm not partial to violence. Stab! Because there's one caveat on top of that. And that's something called Torghast. Now, I know you probably weren't here for that massive discussion we had yesterday about all of that. Which, by the way, I recommend anybody who's interested in game design watch the second VOD from yesterday, because we had a lot of fascinating discussion about just game design in general. It was awesome. One of the better discussions we've had in, like, the last month. But anyways... One of the things we came up with, I'll try to summarize, one of the things we came up with was the concept of a playground in order to solve several competing and consistent issues when it comes to, yes, I know how to dual cast, thank you, when it comes to MMO game design. A playground, in simplest terms, is something like Boja, where you don't have to care about balance, and you don't have to care about, you know, things like having fun with it, or not having fun with it. All you can do is just have fun, cool, interesting things, and really go wild with it, right? Torghast, similarly, is something that should be a playground over WoW equivalents. And the reason I bring this up now is because the playgrounds are a perfect place in which you could build encouragement into going ahead and doing other classes and leveling other classes. So this is how I'm going to tie in Torghast to this nonsense. The idea with Torghast is the reason we were tempted to do level other characters was because we were tempted to see what other cool and awesome and fun stuff we could do in the playground, in this case, Torghast, right? So Fax and I both were thinking about it until we put the game down, you know, leveling X, Y, or Z just to see how it played and see what other cool, fun stuff we could get. So, once again, the playground concept might actually solve yet another gameplay design problem. AKA, how do we encourage people to level all their other classes? By giving them content. Now, in this case, this is pure gameplay content, not story content. And it would rely upon giving cool, interesting, fun things to each class. So each class has something that is actually fun to do. But I think that could be at least a thing that could encourage people to, you know, level other classes. Which, of course, then prompts me the question, do you think that would be something that would encourage you to level other classes if you could see what other cool, interesting, fun things you could have in the playground? Oh, I thought we stopped the summoning. Okay, whatever. Yeah, no, Torghast has its issues. I'm not trying to hold up Torghast, because Torghast is an extraordinarily well-designed, fun, extremely awesome, incredible dungeon designer that has two very significant flaws to it. One is that it's mandatory, and the other is that it's grindy. The rewards for doing Torghast are way too low, and thus force you to do it over and over and over if you want to actually go through that. And, like I said, it's freaking mandatory, which is dumb. If we eject those two problems, Torghast is one of the better playgrounds I've seen. And if you're wondering what the hell a playground is, well, we came up with the term yesterday, so it's kind of a new term. So forgive me for that. So anyways, yes, all these people have been turned into flesh puppets, and we must deal with them. Whoever is actually doing it, obviously. You know the history of these graves? This is the resting place for victims of the 7th Umbral Calamity. Red magic was conceived to stem the tides of destruction in an age when the abuse of sorcery flooded the world with death. Its distinction from earlier disciplines is key. Practitioners of black and white draw on ambient ether. A red mage weaves spells using reserve mana with which he was born. In the era of the red magic was created, to do so otherwise was forbidden. To manifest more powerful effects, the first red mages adopted a method of which precise sword techniques would harness and amplify the energy of their spoken incantations. In other words, another programming language. The blade is not simply a weapon, it is the focus of all our efforts to end strife and suffering. Every generation is part of this unending battle. Bulwark, again. This sounds like a tank class to me. Certainly more so than warrior or paladin. The Crimson Duelists. Now that's an interesting thought. Red mage tank. We were crushed. Of all the duelists. Literally? Valvedrix? No, but my vision without my glasses is truly terrible, so. Anyways, after leaving Olamigo, I never ceased fighting for its liberation. Then I learned of the Calamity. So I helped the people of Charlayan, and I've done nothing I'm worthless and terrible. But now, I'm going to help people again. Starting with you. Okay. No, yeah, that's a good idea, Pyro. In fact, frankly, I'm amazed they don't do that with Torghast. Or I guess I should say didn't do that with Torghast. Because, of course, they've abandoned Torghast by now. A lot of red mages here today. And archer. I'm ashamed it didn't occur to me, but I recall an incident connected to this dread cult. A merchant's son kidnapped, however. There was horrible stuff. Horrible stuff. Horrible stuff. Horrible stuff? Okay. That might work, Rax. The Criterion thing. I don't know, I'm mostly just spitballing at this point. I do legitimately think the playground concept is a good one that can and should be expanded upon. Like, really, we spent, like, a couple hours yesterday while we were doing class quests just talking about it. Hashing out specifics. For record, this is not a playground. Good morning, Ross. Okay, so favorite Banjo-Kazooie level. That makes me forced to think of a good one. Whichever one you like. I can't think of a specific level. My least favorite is that goddamn bridge. I remember that, but I don't remember a level I actually liked all that much. I agree completely, Pyro. I've heard several people say that WoW is rotten to its core, and those people are stupid because they don't understand what that phrase means. Quite the contrary, WoW's actual problems are at the surface level. Its core is very solid and has been for years. Is that Crash Bandicoot? What the hell's Banjo-Kazooie then? Oh, they totally will, Jakul. Hell, they arguably already have. Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Kazooie. You're right, I was thinking of Crash Bandicoot. No. Careful now, you've done nothing wrong. Besides, this coin is fair and freely given. He's known to me. He's one of the Alamegan Resistance. Well, there's two options, Omega Legion. One is the obvious, retcon, which, I mean, I know everyone's sick of retcons, but it's a valid tool for a good reason. There's nothing necessarily wrong with just flat out saying, yep, retcon, never happened. Lord knows they've done it before. There's also the option of trying to twist it into something good, which they've also actually done before if you're paying attention. Alzheimer's. The fact that they turned Alzheimer's into a good story arc is actually nothing short of impressive, in my opinion. Yes, I suspect you've been marked for assassination. You have any idea why? Alamegan business dealings, perhaps? Yeah, I thought so. Rest assured, your secrets are safe. I have spent the better part of my life aiding the Resistance. Your dealings have drawn some unpleasant attention. Many Alamegan refugees are... Oh my god, it's a freaking statue of Godbert. Are employed at the Golden Saucer in no small part due to the wishes of Lord Godbert Manderville. Several of these employees have direct ties to the Resistance. The young man you saw is one such conduit. There's another incident not so long ago where a son of Alamegan-born merchant was kidnapped by a cadre of mages. When the father attempted to pay the ransom, the fiends slew both parent and child. I fear they attempt to repeat this upon you. There we have our connection. They seek to eradicate Resistance sympathizers. I sense the Empire behind this cabal. Lord Vanderbilt's a member of the Syndicate. Gold Dosser's domain. Striking me here would be difficult, but I do have to go to Vesper Bay. Interesting, interesting. I can think of where they could ambush you. Will you entrust your safety to us? I mean, yeah, sure. I'm not sure when this is happening canonically in the story, but that's still lore, who at this point canonically has to be 50, which means we've at least taken down the Ultima weapon at this point. See, okay, let me go ahead and admit what I would do with WoW. I've actually been thinking about this for a second. Well, okay, there's actually one of two things I would do. I'm not sure which I would go with. So let me open it up to the writing room, you all. I would either... Oh, God. Ray, Return to the Waking Sands. I would do either a total retcon. Like, I'd walk up on stage and be like, alright, Shadowlands was a bunch of nonsense. We're throwing it out the window. There's no jailer. You know, there's no... He's been behind everything all along. It's all gone, okay? We're just gonna do that. We're all just gonna pretend Shadowlands didn't exist. And if you wanted an explanation, it was all a dream, okay? And just endure all the jeers and all the crap that would come from that. And there would be. But, you know me. That would be my approach. I'd just walk up and be like, alright, I've been handed this garbage pile, and I've decided to just throw it out the window, okay? That's the play here. Whoosh. Now, see, Bragwin's idea and Pyro's idea are my second idea. The second idea is like, alright, we're making WoW 2 or Cata 2. You know, either way, either a whole new game and a whole new engine, or just go ahead and update WoW again to Cataclysm 2.0. And we're going to rewind the clock to right after Legion. Legion was the end of WoW, and the end of Warcraft in many ways, so we're going to go ahead and rewind back to that point. Endure the jeers, endure the crap, and just say, whoosh. You know, bow to the audience and say, this is our fault, this is my approach for fixing this. We're going to start over, shooka, 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 shake the Etch-a-Sketch, and we're going to start over from that point, and that's how we're going to approach this going forwards. Oh, and also we're getting rid of borrowed power. Alright, so... And that would be how I do the announcement, pretty much just like that. Okay, so we're sweeping areas where we think assassinations are likely. I think you literally just heard it, Cordoon. And that's kind of my approach. I just get up there and be like, alright, listen. So... We done screwed up. And as a consequence, I'm going to need you to work with me a little bit on this. It would depend on this specific thing. Give me something I'm apologizing for, Cordoon. And I'll give you what I do on stage for that. Carrots. What's wrong with carrots? Hi, Reggie. We've lost our way for 2 expansions. I mean, yeah, I just walk up and, alright, listen, here's the deal. We have had a lot of nonsense going on behind our boards. You all know about the allegations. Obviously, I'm not allowed to talk about that legally, because I wouldn't. An ongoing investigation means you can't talk about it. That is how that works. So I just bring it up and say, alright, we know all that crap's going on. Right? And that's nothing new. And we lost a lot of our people, and frankly, we lost our way. We have put out some good stuff, and we put out a lot of crap over the last couple of expansions. So, what we're going to do, I've talked it out with the board, I've talked it out with the company, I have total dictatorial control, so all of them argued against me, and I shot them all down. Okay, eject that part, but I can just picture that happening, right? We're going to go ahead and Etch-a-Sketch the last 2 expansions. We're just going to remove them from the board, so to speak. The gameplay will remain there. It'll be a separate thing you could go to with Chromie. Little separate time path, if you will. We're not really going to make it canon. It's its own little Elseworlds what-if story. Doesn't have anything to do with anything. What would happen if this happened? And that's how it's going to be framed in the universe. We're going to rewind the clock to right after Legion. We're going to rewind the gameplay in several ways to right after Legion 2. We're going to try to take a lot of the things that we learned over the last couple of years, the good ideas we had, and try to implement them better. Because we implemented them badly and then we took them away from you. And for that, I'm sorry. I don't really have much else to add to that. We done screwed up, and we're going to try to do better. Thank you all for your time. Corporate apology. Yeah, it's funny. Oh, whatever. Anyway, so save your life. Woo! Would I undo the Chronicle retcon? Jesus Christ. Which one would be my answer to that? But as far as specifics, I'd have to think about that a little bit. I absolutely would do what they said they were going to do with the first Chronicle book. Which is, you know, going ahead and codifying the lore. This is the truth, and this is how we're going to keep doing it. Oh yeah, absolutely hazardous. No question. And I mean, oh well, like that doesn't change anything. It doesn't mean anything. Like I said, I would still do that, 100% and no question. I would just stand up there and get flamed, and I guarantee you there would be people doing YouTube videos about it, people would be talking about it in stream, and Discord, and forums, and everyone would be saying how awful and terrible and dumb I am. And I don't give a damn. That's just how it is. Like, if you want people to speak positively about you in a corporate sense, if you are a corporate mouthpiece, then you need to not be a corporate mouthpiece, because there's no avoiding that whatsoever. I mean, you've seen people speak ill of Yoshi P, haven't you? I'm sure you have. When are we getting housing on the moon? And yes, I would get rid of that Omega Legion. But again, like I said, I would sit down and codify the lore, because the lore needs to be codified. I mean, wouldn't you, Rex? Good lord. And all that being stated, I will admit there's... So, okay. We haven't even finished Ishgard yet. God damn it. I will admit there's actually a bit of an in-betweeny when it comes to caring about public opinion when you're doing something like making a game or a show or whatever. Because on the one hand, you do and should care about public opinion, but on the other hand, you shouldn't and absolutely don't care about public opinion. And finding the sweet spot there is an interesting task. Okay, then. Well, I mean, so to explain that a little bit, several creators, again, in both shows and in games, as well as books, actually, while on the subject, tend to be of the mentality that, screw the audience! I'm only putting out the work I want to, and screw them. And, okay, there's something vaguely admirable about that, but at the same time, I mean, what we tend to get out of things like that is, well, some crap, to be blunt. Oh, no! Like, the Evil East chain. While we're on this, just to use an example relevant to the game I'm currently playing. I want to put out the story I want to put out. Okay, go do it. Star Citizen, I know it's low-hanging fruit, but it's another example of a game that was given too loose of a reins. Quite a few movies. They've just given them... I'm gonna make my thing and screw the people. And it's just crap. There's several indie developers who do the same damn thing. You get the point. So that's, you know, going too far that extreme obviously sucks. But if you go too far in the extreme... I told you, Ross. If you go too far in the extreme of always taking into account everything that everyone says, that's actually just as bad. Just in a different direction. And I can have an example of that one, too. Taking public opinion and taking too much of people's feedback leads to things like leads to Warlords of Draenor, to put it simply, which was supposed to be a revamp, overhaul of BC, and instead it was Warlords. So anyways, here's the main character for the Red Mage quest arc. Arya. That's my name. Or is it? I mean, it could be. I don't know. I guess I'll have to do it for now. What do I call you? Lore. Or you can call me Runner. I'm okay with that, too. What happened here? Is Autumnus? Yeah, Les was inside the box. I suspect a stowaway, but it's more like she was kidnapped. People who took you in might be lurking nearby. We should probably put some distance. Okay, you didn't need to fear me. Lord, say something reassuring, will you? He's a powerful mage! No! Never mind. Let's see about some logics. It's okay. I'm with you. I've got Byaku's sword, so it's cool. You know, frankly, I like that idea, Pyro. You're right. And yeah, pulling a 1.0 to 2.0 rehash over in WoW is a perfectly valid approach. And you're right. What Blizzard has always been best at is taking other people's ideas and polishing them and reusing them, or retooling them, excuse me, for their own use. I would have absolutely no shame if I was in charge of WoW of pulling the Calamity trick. And if people asked in interviews, I'd say I was absolutely inspired by FF14. Are you kidding me? Praise, praise, praise. I can't believe they pulled that nonsense out. So anyways, she was given an incense, which clouds a person's mind, which is the first step of branding her with a sigil, which of course takes away her free will. But we successfully saved her before she was enslaved. Yay! Yep. So, okay. Let's go try to jog her memory a bit. And yeah, I was going to say, as much as I hate to say it, we did have Sargeras shove a giant sword into the planet. So that's a pretty good way to do a calamity. You know? The one magic trick I'd probably pull, and I don't know if Pyro mentioned this, forgive me, was I'd probably try to keep WoW 1.0 still going. Separate over there. Probably bake it into the subscription model, but it's in maintenance mode, right? It's done. It is as is, the end. And then all effort and work and updates and all that would go to WoW 2.0. We could do that too, Pyro, but that is functionally the same thing. WoW 1.0 still being accessible to players, which is the relevant point. Don't worry. We'll make new memories, Arya. Make new memories? I hadn't thought about it like that. I think we'll stay here a while. You see that ship? How do they keep those things afloat? Fond of high places? As much as I hate to say this, I wouldn't do that, Pyro. I know, everyone wants to just erase BFA and Shadowlands and be done with it, but the historical preservationist in me just really cringes at the idea of doing that, you know? There are very, 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 very few things I would say actually deserve being erased from history, and I don't think BFA or Shadowlands are even in the same zip code as those things. Like, I'm sorry. It takes a lot for you to qualify as something that I think should be erased from history, like FF14 1.0, while we're on the subject. I mean, I have actually gone on record as saying that I wish that Quest 64, a terrible freaking game, should be preserved historically, so You get my opinion on that. You have to go down to actual garbage to be something that just shouldn't be preserved, like FF14 1.0. Or All the Bravest, or Mega Man X7. Yeah, you gotta get way down there to get there for me. So she remembered that she has an uncle. Sorry, I'll summarize that. He was kind of... Parents died. You remember the citizens of Limbs of Laminsa. Uncle stepped forward to shield me. They killed him. Wow, that sucks. Thank you. You don't need to force yourself to remember the rest. For now, we must concern ourselves with your future. Do not be charitable to send you back to town alone, especially not with significant parts of your memory missing. So, our journey is on a path to confront the very cabal whose malevolent embrace you have just recently escaped. We can't take you with us. But take me with you! You saved my life and helped me accept the loss of my past. If there's a chance my memories could return, then I need to go kill them and their stupid, ugly faces. Their faces are stupid and ugly, and they do need to be killed. Very well. We have a new companion. I suppose... Oh my god, they're in the Isles of Umbra. I suppose if you were to put a gun to my head and say, Lore, I'll kill you if you don't save FF14 1.0, then I'd accept that. Again, the same general idea I just mentioned with WoW 1.0. Just put it over there on its side in maintenance mode and make it free. Or tie its sub to your 2.0 sub. There you go. Boom. Done. The only way I could ever do that is if I made it really clear this is a maintenance mode thing. That's pennies, Pyro. I'm sorry. Speaking as an IT network engineer, that's pennies. One person could spend one time a week going and making sure those servers are working fine. Trust me. Putting an MMO into maintenance mode is ridiculously cheap. And it's not just me speaking from personal and professional experience. That's also true with regards to several MMOs that have been put into maintenance mode, which are very, very cheap. Yeah, Guild Wars 1 is a good example of that. Guild Wars 1 is run on pennies. Literal pennies. So, no, go for it. Keep FF14 up and running. Whatever. I do say whatever because it's like, ugh, that is total garbage. But if you tried to argue that for me in the writer's room, I would probably go ahead and be like, alright, fine. I'll allow it. Yeah, by the way, these are moans. I'm fighting moans. It's no wonder I have a reputation of being anti-romance. Jeez Louise. Alright, I just noticed, Valvatrix asked a question, like, half an hour ago. I should probably answer. I mean, I suppose that's valid, Pyro, but that's also a temporary problem. So, like, for example, as of this exact second in time, no, I wouldn't put the FF14 1.0 servers up. But when things even out a bit and we actually have access to hardware again, which is something that's going to happen at some point or another, then yeah, sure, there you go. Set up a couple new servers, a little bit of an initial cost. And I do mean a little bit. It will not cost that much. Like, boom, there you go, done. It would be a low priority thing, though. I absolutely agree with that. That's the manager and me talking at that point. Arya, stay back. You're a black mage, and you're whapping them with your staff. mage. What is this, a warlock? Okay, so, Valve just asked a question. Speaking of getting rid of content, you've noticed that over the past few expansions, they've been bleeding the number of dungeons and hard modes. What do you think of that? No, he's probably talking about something related to Russia or China, Rax, if I were to guess on the matter. By the way, I mean, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and give a controversial opinion here. Very controversial. I think dungeons are a good thing. In fact, I would go so far as to say they are a lifeblood of MMOs. Now, let me try to explain that a little bit, because that needs to be explained a little bit. Obviously, raids tend to be the things people focus on in multiple MMOs, but dungeons are the things that effectively everyone can do. And there's still content, and they're still good, and they're still working with a group, and they still have fun bosses and all the things that make the gameplay interesting and engaging, right? In short, dungeons are kind of a win-win-win-win scenario, right? Like, they're universally positive. Now, the reason I bring that up, especially with regards to MMOs, is because almost everyone can do dungeons. I mentioned that briefly earlier, but to expound upon that a little bit, we were talking yesterday about the highest end, which is the high-end PvP and not the ultra-difficulty raid stuff. That's like your 5, 10, 15% of your players, but closer to 80 to 90%. That's the people who can do your dungeon content, right? Huge quantity. So in short, I think dungeons are important, and good dungeons are even more important. So de-emphasizing and deprioritizing dungeons is not something I'm in favor of, and I do think the dungeon hard mode approach is a good way to make new content at relatively minimal work, for the same reason I mentioned it was a good idea back in ARR. You know, it's kind of double dipping a little bit, but it's still a way to making a brand new dungeon substantially less time-consuming and less financially costly. Oh no, it's the evil one! Delectable. Why do they always do that? How do they always do that? Is everyone an Asian in this game? Oh, he just jumped. How did I not know? Okay, whatever. Your mortal frame brims with vital energies, an irresistible feast! Yeah, sorry, I should clarify. What I mean is FF14's hard modes, which is a remix of an existing dungeon. Now, WoW has done that. There's just no terminology that clarifies it. Shadowfang Keep Vanilla versus Shadowfang Keep Cataclysm. That's the hard dungeon. That's the equivalent. It's the same zone. It's the same instance, but they changed it around, changed the enemies, changed the bosses, new story, new content. At a substantially easier, price in terms of both time and money. Anyway, so this guy used to be a red mage, and now he's evil. I relish killing them all. I killed them all, and I relish killing them all, because I'm evil. This guy is so cartoonishly evil. Like, I don't have anything good to say about this moron. Hi, Arya. Why? Like, really? Why? That's actually a good point, Balvadrix. ARR's dungeons had a few negatives and several washes, but the overwhelming majority of dungeons have gotten at least one positive since Heaven's Word. Hell, since the patch content, frankly. Since 2.1, or whatever we're calling that. You knew that man? Yeah, he's evil. How'd you learn to cast? Oh. Okay, I expect you to club things with a scepter, not fling balls of fire. Clearly you are a red mage. Have you overcome your fear of the dead? What do you mean? Ah! That's a no. Got it. Okay, well, whatever. We must go and get ready to confront the evil one. Alright, so. He is Lambert. We used to be part of a group, but then he snapped. Murdered my comrades. And his treachery had been paid for with Imperial coin. But now he's insane. So, I will teach you how to cast. Oh, shoot. Sorry, exclamation mark. You caught me in the middle of a few things, comma. But I am here, period. I am, of course, streaming, comma. Although only for a little bit longer, period. I'm about to take my lunch break, period. Are you all packed for your trip? Question mark. I will go with you. We will save everyone. No, this is not your battle to fight. You're dumb. Slash nod. Very well. We stand together then. I'm glad that he didn't try to talk me out of that for longer than like 5 seconds. Now, I will admit... So, okay. Here's a question I would like to chew on from a game design perspective, because I love these game design discussions. So, FF14 doesn't do dungeon difficulty. There's dungeons, and then there's dungeon remixes, which they call hard modes. WoW has dungeons, and then heroic dungeons, and then mythic dungeons, and then mythic plus dungeons. So, what we've got is a bit of a mix and match here. And my question to you is, which of these concepts do you think should be alongside each other, for lack of a better way to put it? In other words, let's say we're making, what do we call it, Everlore? We're making the Everlore MMO. We're deciding how to design our dungeons. So, do we add the remix concept? Do we add the difficulties change? Do we add some of the difficulties? Do we add both? Do we add neither? What do you think? Because there's a lot of directions you can go with that. Hence the point. Alright, so. It's only a matter of time before he has new prey with which to hunt. And he will hunt that prey because he's kind of crazy and he eats other people's ether. Because you thought we were done with ether vampires. So, for those of you who have never played WoW, I should probably go ahead and explain the difficulty variances. So, generally speaking, it's the same dungeon, obviously higher stats, but for the most part, the actual changes are in the movesets. Think regular trials versus extreme trials is probably the easiest way to put it. You know how they literally have new abilities, and some of their existing abilities work differently? It's kind of like that. So, you know, a boss that hits you with this Kong attack, in heroic mode has a Kong, which is then followed by a Chong, and the Kong actually has to be hit because it's Meteor Strike. So you want to make sure to dodge the first one but get hit by the second one. Effectively a whole new mechanic, right? Now, I hate to do this, but I'm actually going to chop off a little bit early because I have food arriving now. So I'll be back after the lunch break. We will continue Red Mage and hopefully get it done. And I do look forward to people's thoughts and comments on the whole dungeon concept.